Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, July the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Okay, guys, excellent. We got a bunch of people saying you can, and Pepe also. Okay, guys, good to go in both rooms, the YouTube room and the main room. What's happening this morning? So I know somebody talked about UTZ is a buyout, so that's why it's just flatlining right now. UTZ is a buyout. Kids, KIDZZ is what's happening here? Entering into a $44.6 million definitive GPU compute services agreement with Canopy Wave. Okay, that's your news. Good morning, Ozzy and Nick and etc. That's your news for kids. Haven't seen this one for a while. Remember this week when it got up to $15 or $17. Just a quick look at the SPY ahead of the market. So the SPY is up a bit. Yeah, by the way, Monica, good call on ZYBT. Okay, I know it's down 46% now, but yeah, that had a nice again got up to what 1050, 1145. That was right at 4 o'clock. Now you were didn't really happen in post market, but boy, what a ramp up just before the market closed. Well, the 4 o'clock closing. However, now if there's the VWAP is up here around $5. SLGB. Okay, again, here's the theme. The theme is this: pop, drop. Okay, pop in the pre-market, drop underneath the VWAP. Doesn't mean it's going to stay there, but hi ho. Okay, I'm waiting for William to chime in. Hi ho. HIHO is boy, I used to see this a lot years and years ago. Anyway, it's up 42%, low float, 36 million have traded already. But again, pop, drop under the VWAP. Now, for some reason, I have a price alert for APAM. I don't know when I put it. Get rid of some of these ones from yesterday. Yeah, there's no volume, so I don't know what's going on with that one. Okay, GVH, that was from yesterday, still down again today. IMNN. Yeah. By the way, Juan, if you're still, well, I see you just posted something regarding ETFs. You don't want to see them. Here's a hack you can try if you're listening. When I call it a hack, here's something you can try. Okay, because if we do have a symbol list of ETFs, but I almost guarantee it's not complete. But if you're still listening, I can show you something quickly what you can do. Okay, that is what I was waiting for William to say. When does Intel have earnings? INTC. You guys have been talking about it. July 23rd post-market. So that's later on today. Okay. Okay. So if you go to, I'm going to take an alert window. You can take a topless window, an alert window. Doesn't really matter. Right click, configure, and go to click and search. Basically, what you're going to do is you're going to add the earnings per share filter. So if you start typing in EPS, okay. Okay. And then you add the filter. So you want to add that earnings per share filter. So if you put, say, 0.001 in the min and minus 0.001 in the max, okay, what'll happen is, because ETFs don't have earnings, okay, so that is what you can do. You can add that to it. Now, I'll warn you though, sometimes it blocks, notice Israeli stocks, um, sometimes some foreign stocks, okay? So if you can handle that, because sometimes you're going to see, well, we're talking about some stock and it's ripping, and you say, well, why am I not seeing it? Usually it's because the EPS is there. So it's up to you. I mean, it's not going to happen very often, obviously, in terms of blocking, but that will basically get rid of the ETFs. All right, what time is it now? Now, boy, I'm going to test it in the pre-market. Going to the channel bar yesterday when I went to the channel bar, loaded a dog channel, and then tried to close it. I was getting frozen, so I don't want that to happen again today. Now I don't know how to prevent it from happening, of course, but I hope it doesn't happen today. Well, the kids, yeah, it's just hanging over $1 right now. TE. Okay, how about this one? TE. It's kind of ugly looking. Well, I'm going to do it. I'm going to. I don't think it. Yeah, I don't think I got frozen when I did this in the pre-market. But I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Excuse me, and then I'm going to click on the Show More. All of these are theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the sector status. And just check out the sectors ahead of the market open, or the 9:30 open. What's happening? Wow, silver is ripping. Silver and semis, guys. Silver and semi. Look at silver up at 4.5%. Semis are up. Tech. So silver and semis right now, as we speak, are the two leading sectors, and probably energy at the bottom here. No, not at the bottom. Healthcare, not much. Not much. It's only down 0.8%. But definitely silver stocks and semis are ripping this morning. So look at industrial. So triple M, is this a 3M? Is this an earnings play? Okay, here we go. Here's an earnings play. 3M is an earnings play. Now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to that website to see if there's any if there are any ETFs for that. Well, interesting. There's not an ETF. There's not a company ETF for triple M, 3M. Interesting. That website is right. Well, here, I'll give it to you. Give me a moment. Oh, what is that website? What it does is it shows you what companies, what companies have ETFs designed specifically for them. Okay. And there's so many I'm surprised that Triple M does not have one. So basically what you can do is you go to the search box, you'll search, type it in, and you'll see whether or not they have an ETF designed for them. And the reason being, a lot of the times is, this is a $168 stock. So the company, like here's Micron as an example, okay? So if you wanted to trade Micron, MUU, not. So if you wanted to trade Micron, instead of paying whatever Micron shares are now, over a thousand, we'll call it 1,000. You can do this one at $31. Okay, it's double the move, and usually there's there's plenty of volume. Anyway, that's the whole idea of it. But anyway, Triple M, yeah, Triple M's an earnings play, so it is having a good day, up 6%. And you know who isn't? William, isn't this one that you don't like? Equifax, is this one of your pigs of the day or pigs of the week or year? EFX, this is an earnings play, and it is getting hammered down. So let's see if that has an ETF. Nope. So it's the industry that you abhor, okay? Orly, retail, is this an earnings play? No, it's not an earnings play. I don't think it's an earnings play. For some reason, Orly is up. Is there any volume, though? Yeah, there's volume. Orly is, for some reason, this is up. I'm just looking around. I don't see any news on it. Orly, I don't see any news on Orly. This is up though a lot. I mean, 7.7%. It's got a lot in the float, 800 million in the float. Traded 160,000, 167,000. So you see what I'm doing? I'm just basically going to some of the major sectors, checking out what the top stock is in the pre-market in terms of a percentage move. Retail. So retail is actually doing well. I mean, well, not necessarily. Okay, it's about a 50-50. So that's what these numbers mean. These percentages, that's what they're trying to tell you. That basically 50-50, the stocks that make up XRT, 50% of them are up for the day, 50% are down for the day. Not for the day, from yesterday's close. Halliburton is down. Is this an earnings play? It isn't. So Halliburton is an earnings play, okay? HAL is an earnings play. I see that General Motors, this is an earnings play for GM, and it is up a little bit. GM's an earnings play. Is this Hasbro? Hasbro is up. This is an earnings play. Okay, guys. Well, it should be okay. I looks like I can click on this. Okay. So Hasbro's an earnings play. HAS is an earnings play. Well, here's a couple of NBIL, NBIL, and NBI. Well, okay, let me make sure. It's interesting. I mean, this company's got two ETFs for it, NBIL and NBIG. So what's the volume? 264,000 for that one, and it's $25. NBIL, about the same. So it is trying to crawl back. I mean, we're talking. Let's see if NBIS has any specific news for it because it's up about 7%. Nebius advances on NVIDIA stake disclosure amid AI cloud swoon. Okay. Graham, yeah. So just give me a moment. I'll just put my homepage in and welcome to the room. So here's on my homepage, and I go over my homepage a lot more extensively at around 10 o'clock. Okay, but I'll just show you. So on my homepage, if you scroll down a little bit and you get to that center section is the custom scans. Okay. Now you won't see this at 9:30. You're going to see these two races, the large cap gainers. This race you can see right here. This is a volatile race. Halts resumes. Nothing happening in the pre-market. But I have a lot of other scans that I'm currently sharing. Once this at 9:30, you will start to see like the daily trend reversals, the up down 25 cents. But I have other scans that I am currently sharing. This is what you're seeing right now, the pre-market actors up and down. Now, if you loaded it from my homepage right now, it would look probably more like this, like a grid. Okay. And you have your choice. You want to keep it as a grid, or I definitely prefer showing it what we call a tree map. So if you right click and then you show the tree map, it's a prettier presentation. How's that? Okay. But yes, I am sharing a lot of my scans. All right, OBVIVK popping on news. Let me see if I see. Oh, there it is, right here, right at the top of the race. Yes, right at the top of the race. Announces 4 recurring physical crude oil purchase. So it's not a buyout, okay? With 2 unnamed clients worth combined $289 million annually. Now you understand when you have a press release like this, they would love to have named the clients, but the clients don't want to be named. Typically, that's the reason. So yeah, so again, look at the float, 647,000 in the float, ridiculously low. And that's the reason why something can pop just like that. And this is not shortable for Interactive Brokers. I already have a top 10 list built of in this race. I loaded this race. What time was it? Around 8 o'clock Eastern time, I guess. 5 o'clock my time. Yeah. So, I mean, the next high, I mean, if it really wants to keep going somehow, I mean, $4 is the next. What did it get up to? Got up to a 377. So, excuse me, 421 is the next high on the daily chart. This has been another active one, guys, the SHPH. Let's take a look at this one. Well, okay. Another big pop in the pre-market, big pop in the pre-market, and then the big drop. All right, guys. Well, just checking out the SPY right now. We're still trying to test that VWAP again. Okay, the SPY is trying to test the VWAP again, that purple line on my chart. That is the VWAP, so a little bit underneath, but trying to test it again. Maybe get a little bit above it. Markets, yeah, so the Dow was down 300. The Qs were actually flat, and the SPY was down a little. It's a little bit of a disconnect. NOC, you've been talking about NOC, okay? You got my Northrop. Okay, now, surely, surely they have an ETF. Here we go. No, what's wrong with? How come some of these are big companies? I wonder why they don't. Well, you got some company like NBIS, which is kind of a newcomer, and it's got several. Yeah, no, there's no ETF for it. This would be right for having one. It's so expensive, and but doesn't have it. Speaking of an ETF for a company, let's take a look at Meta, METU. We're not doing too much. This has been a super active one. Just look at these candles on METU. Again, this is the two-time ETF for Meta. So, William, are you doing the stock or the options? And I'm assuming no. Well, actually, you can't do options right now, can you? Or are you talking about waiting? Okay, you're waiting to drop. You're doing the stock, okay, but you're going to wait for a four up to 478. Oh, you're in it at 495. Okay, on that 500 break. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I'm surprised this does not have an ETF, a company ETF. There's definitely a name stock. Been around since 1939. All right. Anything else? Well, this is another one for Micron. So here's the MUL, active already. 1 million shares have traded already. So MULL. Wow. So well, of course, the semis are up today. Remember, we looked at the sector status. So the semis are the top sector right now. So the stock itself, MU, is up a little over 6%. See if there's any specific news, or it's just riding the semi wave this morning. So it's a classic, $922. Okay, $922. Or you can buy Mull for $22 and get double the move if you thought, now remember what these are all about. So if Micron the stock, MU the stock moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. But of course, if Micron the stock moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. And there's plenty of liquidity, okay? Plenty, and the spread's always great. Well, for this one anyway, there's plenty of liquidity. Just another way to play it. Yeah, not much volume yet for this. I mean, the spread's not terrible. I mean, for 480, well, now it just widened. Okay, now it just widened. $3 spread on it. Let's take a look at SpaceX, guys. SPCX. Well, yesterday it got just a little bit below 120, I believe. What's the low of the day? I think it got just a little bit below 119.68, but got back to 120. Actually, it closed. I'm surprised. It actually closed below 120, just barely 119. But it looks like 120. Maybe 120 could be a bit of the base or support. Maybe. And that's coming into the VWAP. This is an earnings play also, guys. It's Park Aerospace, PKE. It's no volume yet, but it is an earnings play, PKE. General Motors is now just gone negative, okay? Just gone negative. Now they must have an ETF. Ah. Okay, I know what I'm doing. You can't do it that way. There we go. So GM. So we have GMEC and GMEU. GMEC and GMEU. No volume on that one. No volume on that one yet. Interesting. Don't understand that. Anyway, thank you, William. Yeah, less than a minute, less than 15 seconds. Okay, guys. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I will typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Just try to let things settle down a little bit. Sometimes I'll make an exception for a company ETF that I see in my trend reversals. Sometimes. The one I didn't take yesterday that I should have was the IREG. Okay, guys, MWC just showed up. It's a real cheap one. MWC just showed up. And showed up on the way down. Okay, well, initial action on the SPY, guys. So last time we looked, it was just sort of challenging that VWAP, popped above it, but challenging it again. It's that opening 5-minute bar. Okay, ZYBT looks like it's got halted on the way down. Okay, yeah, ZBYT just got halted on the way down. Wow, unbelievable! Look at this VIVK. So it pulled back a little bit into the VWAP and then it exploded off that VIVK. Huh. How can that happen? Well, 647,000 shares in the float. That's how it can happen. The relative volume is trading 17,000 times normal up to this time of day. Wow. Okay, guys. SpaceX is challenging 120 again. Okay, no matter what Elon says. Okay, it's challenging 120 again. Pretty big bar. Look at that. Went from 123 down to 120, just like that. Now remember, if you thought that SpaceX was going to continue to move down, you can buy this one. This is the short version of it. You can buy it if SpaceX is moving down. Yeah. Boy, look at MetU also, Meta. I'm so the stock is basically flat now. Meta the stock is basically flat. Uh, it looks just kind of like what happened with SpaceX. Meanwhile, VIVK continues to, let's see what happened, got up to 740. The next high looking left. I mean, I was saying, well, it might get going if it gets over 489. Well, it certainly did, and that was the next high looking left. And then this high, it didn't stop at all. Now, the next high in a weekly chart anyway is 796. What did it get to? Got up to 747. So that is the next high. If it takes that out, then the next high is 1879 for a VIVK. Oh, here's silver, guys. AG. Remember when we looked at the pre-market, silver and the semis. Silver and the semis were moving. So great symbol for this company, of course, is the symbol for silver, AG. So First Majestic Silver. So it is moving. So most of this, probably a lot of the silver plays are doing this. Waiting for my first trend reversal. So in this scan, nothing will happen until at least 9:35. Okay. And that is by design. Okay. So ZYBT opened and it opened lower. Well, it's got some room. FIGR certainly has room on a weekly chart. 35 is the next high. So about $3 to the next high in a weekly chart. A couple of highs right there. All right, so here's the first one on the trend reversals, the SLGB. And does it have, how much room does it have? It's got some room. It does have some room on the weekly chart. It's early though. The only time I take these from my daily reversal typically is going to be a company ETF. What is it looking for? A stock that was down yesterday and up today. Okay. Not just down, had to close at least down 5%. And then it's a reversal today. Thank you. Okay, well, I'll forget about it. So this is what we're talking about. Okay, the daily trend reversals that they don't repeat version. This is the repeating version. So if you load it from my homepage, it's what you're going to see. Unfortunately, as Monica is telling me, those of us with Interactive Brokers does not want us to trade it. Good day. Good day. How's that? Not bad. Passable. 161. 100%. All right. That's more than passable. No, I see why you're talking with CCTG also. CCTG, yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, can't trade it at Interactive Brokers. It's sort of an interesting day. Normally by this time, I have a few in the daily trend reversals. Okay, so sort of an interesting day, and I'm only getting that one so far. Hasbro, guys, HAS is an earnings play, as I mentioned in the pre-market. What sort of room does it have on the? Wow, it's got a lot of room on a daily chart. Anyway, $97 is the next high, so almost $7 to the next high on a daily chart for Hasbro HAS. The spread is not great, 90.15, 90.95. So it's certainly not a great spread right now. The volume, it's pretty well. It's relative volume, 50 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, remember, our relative volume filter looks at the time of day. So we're 10 minutes at 9:40. All right. So what I think Monica is trying to say, so VIVK is having a pullback right now. Okay, the VWAP is around 550-ish. Okay, well, depends if you're using pre-market data or not. I use pre-market data for my VWAP. Why not? Got a lot of volume in the pre-market, but it's up to you. That's why we're getting a discrepancy: $5 here and 550 here. But you know what? It basically held the VWAP, that VWAP anyway, and popped off it. VIVK. And again, there's news, but the main news is this: 640,000 shares in the float, traded 33 million already. That's your news, really. I mean, they did have some news about can't see the news now. Trading high, trading high after the company announced recurring commercial programs representing approximately $709 million, et cetera, et cetera. So that's your eye-catching headline, but it's all about the float. If you're wondering how can a stock be up 265%, well, that float, 647,000 shares in the float, ridiculously low. Remember, so very quickly, that's the supply of stock. That's how much. That's the supply, and then when you have heavy demand, that's what can happen. Low supply, high demand. But when the demand dries up, which it will eventually, eventually people will start taking profit. The demand will start to dry up. The stock can go down like almost more quickly than it goes up. Now, here's one, guys. BABA. This is a 2-time long for BABA. Okay, and it is so the stock itself, BABA, the stock is down 2%, a little over 2%. And take a look at KWEB. Let's see what KWEB is doing. Is the overall China market down? Yes, the China market is starting. So of course, BABA, big component of the China market. I'm interested in this one as a short, but just waiting on it just a little bit here. I'm talking about the BABX. It is a company ETF. Now, interesting. Here's another. Okay, so here's Oracle, guys. Oracle. So the stock itself, Oracle, the stock is up, about 3.5%. Okay, and that's why this is up 7%. So you have your choice, actually. There are two of them, ORCU and ORCX. They're both about the same volume. So yeah, so the problem with I'd like to see the market not moving down. If I'm going to take, I know the semis are still hot, but I would like to see the market not moving down. It doesn't have to be ripping higher, but I don't want to see giant red bars. And when I'm going to try to trade, a semi or some large cap stock that is probably, following the market. Unless it had some, specific news on its own. All right, I have to put a price alert now with BABX. There's a lot of room. $19. So I have to put a price alert, maybe the low of the day, 2037. See if it takes that out. Bex, yeah, I saw that. I think we saw that one yesterday. That's Bloom Energy. Yeah, wow, up 10%. So the stock is up. The stock itself is up 10% for some reason. JP Morgan raises their target from 346 from 267. All right, that's pretty aggressive by JP Morgan. Let's see anybody else. Yeah, so BEX is a way in which if you thought it was going to, or you could short it. I mean, there's shorts that you can do one of two things. You can go long or you can short, depending on what direction you think it's going to keep going for a while anyway. Yeah, I changed mine to 5. I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to. Okay. I mean, I changed mine to 5 minutes. You don't have to though. But you should have some alerts now. Here's 9:43. So the only one you wouldn't have had would be the SLGB. And when you say 8:40, you're talking. I always like to talk in Eastern Time Zone. Okay, so you're talking 9:40, right? Okay. The other thing I did change. You understand that you don't have to make the same changes. If I look at I think I changed the price range. I moved it down to 1. Okay, I think it was 2 before. Okay, and time of day I put at 5. I think those are the two changes I made from price range down to 1 from 2, and the time of day from 10 down to 5. GREE on the move here, guys. GREE is on the move. GREE on the move. All right. Well, the spread has tightened up a little bit now for Hasbro, and this is an AI play from us. Okay, so the spread's tightened up a bit. Okay, not bad for a $92 stock. Now, Mattel, of course, in the same sector as Hasbro, MAT, not an earnings play today, has earnings in August. There is not a GM ETF, William. I couldn't find one. So I have to assume Mattel is moving because of Hasbro. I don't see any specific news. No. All right. Well, I'm glad I waited on the BabX. I was waiting to see if it took out the low again, but now I could flip the script if I wanted to, I suppose, and go long, but it's too choppy right now. And it's probably, let's take a look at KWeb again. Is it just so tied into what the overall, yeah, you see, I don't like trading stocks that are so tied into a sector. So if KWeb moves up, then BabX is going to move up. Oh, of course, because you remember, yeah, you've got the repeating version of it. You know, you're going to get it over. You're going to get the symbol over and over again. I have that also, but I also have the don't repeat version, so I can go back and see, well, what happened from that original alert. I'm not muted. I better not be muted. I'm not muted, right, guys? You guys can hear me in. Well, I know you can hear in our YouTube room. Yeah, so it's on your end, Hermes. You might have to do a refresh, but you can't hear me. So okay, I know this showed up on the trend reversal, but I don't like it because I look left, and to me, there could be too much resistance between the current price and three. So I don't like it. It doesn't mean you guys shouldn't trade it if you want to, but that's just what I'm saying. Just because I get something, I like the scan a lot, but I still have to check the chart. Calcs, yeah, I'm seeing it at the bottom of my list here. Interesting. It had a little run, didn't it? It's an earnings play, as you said. It is an earnings play. What's the volume like? 22 times normal. And it was a beat lower. So beat lower. Okay. Well, the big thing is the guidance. So what William means by that, the beat in revenues, beat on earnings, but lower guidance. So obviously the guidance is what's causing the drop. All right. Well, let's see. It's underneath the VWAP. There's the VWAP, way underneath the VWAP. Let's see if it has a run down. Yeah, the spread really got bad. Yeah, the spread got pretty bad on it. Is what I'm talking about. Now, if that ask catches up to the bid, well, SpaceX has had a quite the morning, guys. Look at it now, SpaceX. So it had the big drop, down to 120. That was the 930. That's 930. 930. Yeah, it's a 930 bar. The big drop, and then again 120 holding, and now the run, big run now. But if you think this run is going to fizzle out, the high yesterday is 125.70. So it's getting close to that high of yesterday. I mean, obviously, if it takes that out, then the next high looking left is 130. And that's on the daily chart. All right, what did I say this can go to? I mean, that line right there is the next high on a daily chart somewhere. Okay, 792. That'll be this week right here, I guess. 792, 796, call it. So it did get above it by a lot, got up to 877. Wow. And the next high, there's that 940. But as always, you've got to be awfully careful with a float like that. So the market is still sort of hanging around the VWAP area. Okay, got down below it, popped above it. So it's still kind of hanging around the VWAP, the market. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. So there's no disconnect yet. The SPY is up, the Qs are up, Dow's up. Disconnect meaning between value and growth stocks. Hmm. Well, oh man, I should have been paying way more attention to this one. RPT from RAI guys. Why? Look at the room it's got. Not a lot of volume. Okay, what's the spread like? Spread's not terrible. For the lack of volume, the spread is not terrible. 7 cents. But the next high, 1425. That's probably the same high. 1422. Yes. The demise of ZYBT. Look at this one now. Halted how many times now? 4 times now. Oh man, VIVK just took out 8. I was trying to get some. I couldn't get it. Might be a good thing. I could not get it where I wanted it. All right, guys, it's 10 o'clock now. So I'm going to go over my homepage and cover all the information you can find on my homepage. Okay. Okay, so on my homepage, when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas if you want. You can use my code Barry15. You'll get 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And that applies to both our standard and our premium services. Okay. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code, whatever it is. It changes from time to time, of course, depending on maybe we have a promo going on. Why use my code? Well, I moderate 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room and the main room right here. And the company tracks the use of the promo codes. And if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the room free. Really that simple, okay? Now, if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about this trading room, it is free also, but some added perks. Okay, this is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't do it. Obi does it in the room. Thank you, Obi, for doing it every day. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So Obi does it at 6:45. So if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders in the pre-market, here it is, right here. I get on the mic, both rooms around sometime between 9 and 9:15. Okay. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. They are designed for longer term holds. But again, how you trade it, if you trade it, completely up to you. Education. So click on my homepage link, scroll down, education section, click on the more info. So if you are just taking out a subscription, this is mandatory you do this. They're getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering if it's a good fit for you, you can take a look at the start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about whether or not you want to try us. And always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay? That's what I would do. Before I would take out a subscription, I mean, do yourself a favor. Start off with that second video. You know, this program may not be for you. You should find out a little bit about the program before you even take out a monthly subscription. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free videos, 15 of them if you are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., and you've clicked on my homepage link, okay, scroll down, and here they are, custom scans. Now the BabX, so the BabX went down. I'll have to take a look at it later. So here are 2 races that I'm sharing. Okay, the large cap gainers is right here. This race right here is a volatile race, very volatile race. You can see you can get some big percentage moves in this race. Typically, you know, you might get the odd stock moving 1% in the race. But in this race, you can get some big moves, like look at the VIVK. I'll go over the races in a little bit. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. Here is the halts resumes. Halts resumes is more information. I mean, technically it is a scan, just telling you when stocks are halted and then when they resume. I do have the daily trend reversals. I do have it up and running. And I also have this one up and running. These 2 are on my other monitor. The up down 25 cents on big volume. These 3 I do not have up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just means I don't have them up and running right now. So if you, first of all, you can take a look at each one of these scans if you want, but please don't create a layout with them all in there. The reason being is that you'll have too much information coming at you. Okay. I have them here so you can take a look. You know, some might like a momentum scan. Some might like a gap scanner. You know, not every scan is designed for everybody. Depends on your trading style. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Oh, That's my head hitting the table, guys. I just about got it again. Look at the pop. I would have been out of it. I mean, I would have been out at least probably maybe my entire position. This is on the VIVK. It just went too fast. I was trying to get it just around the 815 mark, and look what it did. I mean, in a heartbeat, it went up to 963. All right. Well, there will be another one. So there you go. 943, the trend reversal VIVK at 748. And what did it get up to? 966 before it. I mean, I'm not saying this would have been easy, but that's the idea, trend reversals. And if you load it from my homepage, this is what you're going to see over and over again. Every time VIV came in a new high. Now, the other thing to remember, if you load anything from my homepage, the races, and you load it like right now, you load one of these two races right now, and you say, well, wait a minute, what am I doing wrong? Why don't I have a top 10 list? Your top 10 list will start from when you load trade ideas or load the race. Right now it's 10:07 Eastern time. That's when your top 10 list will be built. I'm going to go over this race, explain what I'm talking about. Oh, well, okay. Let me, there will be another one. Maybe not quite as dramatic as VIVK today, but there will be another one. Yeah, I mentioned GRE right around here at 250. I didn't take it. Well, it gives you some focus. Okay. I mean, it depends. I mean, the race is not for everybody. So, you know what? I'm going to go over the race right now and the concept of it. Okay. Before I do that, though, I want to direct people to the user guide because everything I'm going to talk about is in the user guide in a nice big section called TI Stock Racing. So it's a good reference. Again, it's hard for me to answer a question like that. Some people like the races, some people don't. I like it, but it's not just about taking it just because you see something here. You like everything else, you've got to check out the chart to see what's happening. But if you click on my homepage link and scroll down the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide. Click on the user guide, and right here, TI Stock Racing. Okay, everything I'm going to talk about is covered in here in great detail. So because I don't expect people to remember everything I'm going to talk about, so it's a great reference for you. I did see that NUAI. Yeah, nice continuation play right now. Yes. Oh, yeah, nice day yesterday. Closed right at the high. So the races. So what does that 5.6% mean? That means since the race started, and remember now, everything is customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race. That means when the race is over, another one will start. So every 4 minutes, a race will start. Okay. So what does that 4.7% mean? That means that since the race started, not quite 3 minutes ago, this has moved, GRE has moved, and you can see obviously it's a changing number, has moved 5% since the race started. So you click on it and you can see that you can just see what's happened. It's been moving and moving. Now, does that mean you take the trade right now? I wouldn't, because it's pretty extended. But at least now you can see, depending on your trading style, you might say, you know what? Maybe I'll play a pullback. That's a big pullback. Maybe I'll play a pullback, maybe to the VWAP, or maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like to see a stock pull back to, and you would put a price alert at that area. And if it triggers, then you know about it, and you can take a look at it. And, then you make up your mind if you still want to trade it. So is it good to trade? Well, it can certainly, this one can certainly direct you to stocks that are, and this is I'm going to go over this one also. This is a large cap race, is nowhere near as volatile. So, yeah, so you might have three. Please uncheck the profitable, okay? Uncheck it. Uncheck profitable trades. That's probably what's happening. Companies driving me crazy. The default should be, I know what they tried to do earlier. They just want to show you the profitable trades, but the problem with that is some of these trades will set up down at a better price lower, or you'll get a re-entry. So just uncheck the profitable, okay, Ahmed? And then you'll see them all. You should use it like a watch list all day long. Yes, it was halted on the way down. VIVK halted on the way down. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. Just uncheck the profitable in that filter box. It says none. Yeah, well, what's happening is profitable is checked, and so it's going to, if a trade is profitable from the original entry price, then you're going to see it. But that's not the way to use it, because you can see here you get a re-entry, which would be lower than the original price, alert price, and you wouldn't see it. So uncheck it. So if you see a stock leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. ONDS, click on it, see what's happening. Now, does that mean you're going to take the trade? That's going to be up to you. Okay, but it's telling you that these are very active stocks within a 4-minute period, certainly. Okay, guys, CPHI from the reversal scanner. It's got a little bit of room, 140, so not a bad if it gets anywhere close to that. And of course, it's not crazy low. It's 27 million. It's not a crazy low float. I'll get back to this race. You can see CPHI leading a race right now. It's also in the daily trend reversal right here, 122. So again, you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on it. To click on it, something's leading, or anything you see in here, click on it, see what's happening. This has been a very active stock. This SECZ has been a very active stock. As an IPO, I guess a few weeks ago, or a symbol name change, and 872. There goes the CPHI a little bit, guys, a little bit. So again, click on it, see what's happening. I'm going to say that all the time. If you have no trading experience at all, Trade Ideas, fabulous program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason, because it generates ideas to trade. But if you click on a symbol and you're looking and you have no idea what the chart's trying to tell you, I'm sorry, Trade Ideas is not going to help you. Okay, so you have to have some idea about what the chart is trying to tell you. Do you want to take the trade or not? I have a lot of symbols that I click on all day long. Most of them I don't trade, because I may not like what I see on the daily or the weekly, but I won't know that until I click on the symbol. So what do these numbers beside the stock mean? That means that VIVK won 9 races today. Hi-Ho won 5, etc., all the way down to this last one. This is a buyout, okay, this UTZ. But what's nice about it, and you ask the question, is it good to, this now gives you this list right now gives you some focus. Okay. These are the ones that are pretty active. It gives you some focus. You can maybe just concentrate on these stocks and never mind anything else. So for instance, if a stock won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. See what's happening with a high ho. I mean, to me, it doesn't look very good, but what if it had been, what if it had been sitting on top of the VWAP? I mean, we don't know until you click on it, but what if high ho had been moving down and was sitting on top of the VWAP? VWAP maybe acting as support. So you can put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP. If you get the price alert and it's moving on some volume, maybe you take the trade and put your stop just underneath the VWAP. Okay. So, but you don't know until you click on the symbol what you're going to find. Same thing. I mean, I don't like these, but I don't know until I click on them. So why are these stocks showing up? All races start from a top list window. If I right click in the top in the race, open the top list. All races start from a top list window. If I right click in this top list, I have an option that says launch the real-time stock race. Okay, so that's number one. But why are these stocks showing up in my top list window? Well, if I right click, configure, what I'm looking for in this top list window, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares have traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, it's going to show up on this list. And then what I've done is I've sorted on the change from yesterday's close. Right at the very top here. Okay. You can sort on any column header you've got. So I've sorted on this so I can see that VIVK is up 284% from yesterday's close all the way down to the bottom here. If I wanted to sort on the change from the opening trade of the day, CPHI, it's up 58% from its opening trade of the day. And it's been great. Just about ready to, just give me a moment. Yeah, so I've taken some off just because it's getting closer to that 150 mark. Okay. Again, it came in here. I didn't get it right at 122, but there it was right there. There it was in the race. Give me a moment as I just, now I have, if I'm in a trade, I have a thumbnail on another monitor. Okay. In case you're wondering, where was it here? I have a thumbnail on another monitor. Wow, this is really, I thought maybe just maybe that 150 mark might hold it up. Not even close. Well, this made my day. It could get halted. Yeah, it just got halted. Not too concerned. I mean, the first halt usually is okay, but I've already taken some off. So, well, thank you, trend reversal. And thank you, race. So hopefully now, a couple of things. This is what I want to see in my top list window. You, of course, may have a completely different idea about a price range, a minimum volume. Maybe you don't care about the price being up from yesterday's close, or maybe you can always adjust these numbers. If you have any trading experience at all, maybe you want to add some filters that you like and then launch your race based on your set of parameters. I'm going to go over this race in a bit because this has different parameters in here. That's why you're not seeing the same stocks. Now, this is the beauty of the race, though. Now, you are going to see VIVK and CPHI probably all day long because, they're so active. Traders all around the world are looking at these stocks all day long. The GRI, we mentioned the GRI. But what the race does is it doesn't care where it is in the list of stocks. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. Okay? So, here's Sweet Green, or I think Sweet Green, I think that's SG, been in the news a lot. So what is it at now? A dollar, or it's $1.699. It's up 5%. But what if all of a sudden it started to move? It's up 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. How would you know that? Well, you wouldn't unless you're staring at a list of stocks all day long, which is crazy. The race does that for you. It doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. It just cares about what stock is moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. So you can see some stock moving up that maybe you hadn't even seen before. Don't click on it. As a stock is moving, just click on it, see what's happening. Now, this race is different. I mean, the concept is exactly the same, but a top 10 list will be built eventually, okay, of the stocks that have won the most races. If I right click now, though, and open this top list, look at the difference. Certainly not as many as in this list. Why? Well, and I'm going to sort on this change from the close. So in this case, I mean, there's a different price range, 10 and 70. The volume is the same, 200,000 minimum, to up 2% from yesterday's close. Now, you're on my homepage. I made a bit of a change. If you load it, you're probably going to have even less stocks. I did make a change for me, but these three filters right here are the reason why there's not as many. First of all, I have a market cap minimum, has to be 500 million. This float minimum has to be 50 million. And this daily, this position in days range of 80, if you load it from my homepage, it'll say 95. You can keep it there if you want. I decided to lower it to 80. But what does that number really mean? If I put 100 here, that would mean the stock, this is the position in the days range. That would mean the stock is basically be right at the high of the day if I put 100 there. So 80 means, it's certainly near the high of the day. But because these three filters, though, are preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. Now, this is not a static list. As stocks meet the filter requirements, they'll get added to the list. As they stop meeting the filter requirements, they'll drop off the list. Same as here, but you don't see it quite as dramatically. Here you will. So don't look at this and go, well, why would I just want to follow these, only these stocks all day long? Well, it won't necessarily be just these stocks all day long. But again, all races start from a top list window. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and launch the race on it. Now, this race, you're not going to find, generally speaking, big percentage moves. Doesn't mean they're bad to trade. It just means they're not as volatile, which if I were starting out trading, I would probably pay more attention to a list like this, these stocks, as opposed to this. This, I mean, look, you get on the right side of a CPHI and it's fantastic. Or a VIVK, it's fantastic. But remember, look at what happened to VIVK. I mean, it got up to 973 and then it just almost immediately, I mean, this is a 5-minute bar. I mean, that dropped very, very quickly. You're not going to see typically moves like that. Oh my gosh, what a fantastic alert. Okay, guys, I'm out of it all now. Okay, I'm out of it all now. I mean, there that little bar there, red bar there, that's the next. Listen, it may blast right through, but it may blast right through, but I'm out of it now. I mean, that red bar right there is the next high on a daily chart somewhere, and look at it blasting right through. Believe me, I did not. In fact, I wasn't sure we could trade this at Interactive Brokers. What is there any news on this? I don't even see any news on it. Well, that's certainly made my day. That's why I was saying the first halt is usually okay. Okay, meaning that when it comes out of the halt, usually it's not going to collapse on you. Usually it can move higher. Well, and if people are listening to me and saying, well, why don't you tell me to buy? Remember now, I'm not telling anybody to buy anything. All I can do is point out the opportunities. But when you hear me talk about something, I say, guys, it showed up my trend reversal. It showed up here, and it had room. I mean, I wish I'd taken it right at 122, but it was close to it. Ay. Oh, no. Just give me a moment, guys. Well, okay. Damage is not as bad as it could have been. Just give me a moment, okay? Just give me a moment. Okay. No, I did not add. I don't. I typically do not add. And look at it now, guys. It's halted on the way down. That's why I decided to get out of it just around that 2 mark. So where did I get in? Right around just underneath 130. Okay, just right underneath that 130 mark. Of course, it's due to the scanner. I wouldn't have. Well, I don't mean to. I wouldn't have known about it unless I had it on my scanner. I mean, remember, technically I don't work for Trade Ideas. I'm contracted to do all this. Okay, but I mean, I've had Trade Ideas since 2010. I was not doing this I was just a subscriber like anybody else. Took the program back in 2010. Boy, 16 years. Amazing. Now, do they all work this spectacularly? No, of course not. Yeah, I mean, this is 150 million, 150,000 share minimum, price between 1 and 60. That's why the CPHI was showing up, because before I had 2 as my minimum price. That's probably why it wasn't showing up. And then I the time of day is just that I don't want to see alerts right at 9:30. Okay, so I like to have them delayed 5 minutes. It doesn't mean they're all real time alerts. Okay, all real time. But if I had that at 9:30, I would have so many alerts coming at me right at 9:30. So I decided to. Now originally I had it at 10, but I decided to move it down. Again, this is all customizable. You guys don't have to do. From my homepage. If you load this from my homepage, I think the price range I had was 2 to 60, and then the time was at 10, a delay of 10 minutes. You don't have to do the same thing. So here's another one. TC, do I want to take this trade? No. Why did I not want to take this trade? Because if I look left, $2, it's too close. I mean, 185, $2 is the next high looking left. So it's too close. Relative volume was 3. I thought I thought that was must have had that there. Maybe I didn't have that also. Relative volume was 3. All my scans that I'm sharing, everything I'm sharing though, of course, you can make changes to your style of trading, your price range. Yeah, no kidding. On the SpaceX, that's a beautiful. That's a big run from 120, guys. Look, it tested the 120 again, and then it's been running ever since. And of course, if you thought it was going to continue to run, this is the ETF for it. Okay, so if you didn't want to buy the stock, you could buy that. Well, you could buy this. Lots of volume. Spread is perfect. It's only a penny. So if you thought it was going to continue to run, I'm not saying to do it now. Obviously, I mean it's already been running. But this is a 2-time long for SpaceX. Hmm. So CPHI came out of its halt and moved down. Now it doesn't mean it's over for the day, but for me, it would have to probably take out 170, which was be a little bit above the VWAP. Give me a yeah, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I'm now back again. So, I mean, this is classic, guys. I mean, look, wonderful on the way up. Okay, CPHI. Now, it's funny. It's a low float. 27 million is not a high float, but it's certainly not crazy low. But look what can happen. I mean, it just, it's a quick trade, very quick trade. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back again. I mean, so you can see the difference here. I'm clicking on this one, this FIGR that has won 4 races today in the large cap. I'm not saying there's no volatility, but it's certainly not as volatile as most of the ones you're going to see here in this wide open race. Okay. You see it, and it's near the high of the day. So you might look at this and go, well, okay, what if it holds this area? Maybe it gets back over 33. But, as always, I would be looking left. 35.20 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So there is some room on a weekly chart anyway. You've got a couple of weekly highs there. There's a little bit of room. Doesn't mean just because these are not like volatile movers doesn't mean they're not great to trade. They're just they're just not as volatile. What about the DFNS halt? Well, so this, I don't think I've gone over this. Now, this again, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this blue window you're seeing here, nothing to do with trade ideas. My broker is Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. It's telling me the halt price 567 for the DFNS. This column trying to show you where it could open. Doesn't have to open at 6. Okay, but it's the first. It is the first halt of the day, as I said before. Usually, the first halt is okay. So if you were in this one and now you're in a halt, usually the first halt is okay. That it'll get above that halt price. Okay, not 100%, of course, but certainly if you see 6 and it's halted at 567, good chance it's not going to open below 567. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. And another low float, 1 million in the float. Okay, guys, now look at the SpaceX. Okay, so the SpaceX is now maybe running out of some steam here. So this is the short, how you could buy this if you think SpaceX is going to continue to run out of some steam. There is the VWAP way up there. So it could act as a bit of a magnet. But, looking at that minus, so that means that SpaceX, the stock, is up 6%. Hopefully people understand what this is all about. I mean, it's having about its strongest day it's had in a long time. I mean, steadily down. All right, Cipher. Now, this is obviously a Bitcoin play or a crypto play, we'll call it. And yeah, crypto is up to 67,000 now, 67.7 thousand, having a big up $1,600 from, well, I guess we talked about the four, never really closes, but, and this is from our AI also, but they're looking at a short. So, well, there's the DFNS, and it just exploded from the halt. What halted at what price was this? 567, and look at this, exploded. But got up to what, $7? Now I know it is showing up on the trend reversal, but it's pretty darn extended. I mean, it's tempting, but I've got to back off. Is what I'm talking about. It showed up here at 639, but now gets over 639 again. I mean, it could have another run to that 7 level. Guys, there it went. I only got a little. I only got a little, and I'm out. I'm out most of it now. Just. I mean, it's wow. It's trying to crack through 7, and I think it's halted again. Yeah, don't like that. I'm out most of it, but I'm in a halt now, and sometimes the second halt is not the greatest. So, but luckily I got out. I mean, that was just so there. I was just talking 639. I thought, well, okay, if it gets back up to that 639 again, take some. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back again. Well, yesterday was such a boring day for me, and not today. So typically these are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, that's 10:43. So it'll be 10:48 plus 12 seconds. So of course I've got to be completely aware of what's happening with it. There's the halt price 703, potential open 704. So at least I'm not seeing like 650 or something. But I don't like being in the second halt, being caught in the second halt, but nothing I can do about it. Never buy TPTS. Never buy. Why are you saying that? Is that a stock? Why do you say that, Elias? Oh, I see. Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of yeah, it's not a stock as such, but did you have a stop? You know what I'm talking about? Did you have a stop? Like where you're going to get out if it doesn't work? Okay, well, you know about stops, right? You know, that's I mean, I don't teach trading, but that's the one thing in terms of money management. I always have a price I'm getting out of the stock if it's not working, be it a stock or whatever this is. Okay, I always have a price. Obviously, not every trade is going to work, so I always had that's almost the first thing I look at. If I take this trade, where am I going to get out of it if it doesn't work? That's virtually the first. That's in tandem with then looking left. Where could it go before it hits the next high? But I always have an out. I always have an out where I'm going to get out if it's not working. Save yourself a lot of grief. All right, guys. Well, this is not going to be a 5 minute halt. So that's the issue. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Bad math. 12 seconds. 5 or 6 seconds now. If it's a 5 minute halt. Ooh, looking good. Looking good. Okay, that's it for me. Wow, that was a I'm surprised. I mean, that was a great pop. I'm out. I got actually I came out of that halt, got up to 739 and get out right there, but that was a nice move out of that halt, and it could get halted. I'm just going to say halted on the way down now. So you got to be quick, guys. Okay, these are not trades situations where you take something like this and you wander away from your computer even for 10 seconds. There is not. No, Martin, there is not. It's been asked before. Look at a CP. So CPHI is not necessarily completely over. So there's not a way to. Yeah, there's a flag, but there's no way to. There's no way to search on company on the flag on country names. No way. It's been asked before. Well, not being a developer, I'm sure I'm sure anything is easy. But the company is really they do a lot of things, but they don't. You know what you can do if you're in tomorrow? Tomorrow is Wednesday. The CEO, I'm going to assume he's going to resume his. Excuse me. On Wednesdays, the CEO of Trade Ideas between 12 and 1 conducts a YouTube stream, and it's your opportunity to ask him questions. He's going to talk about he's going to talk about things obviously, but it's an opportunity to ask questions. One of them is, I'd love to have a country filter. How easy it is to add, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's easy if you know what you're doing. I'm not a developer. If they want to spend the time doing it, but the other thing you can do, but don't get your hopes up. I'm just going to tell you, don't get your hopes up. But here, info@trade-ideas.com, you can say, hey, suggestion. Can we have a country filter? So Kishore, that came from the daily trend reversal. Okay. The question is, where did I see DFNS? I mean, it was here too, but this came from the when I first saw it. That's where I saw it. And this is why I like this version of it. The DR stands for don't repeat. When you load it from my homepage, this is what you're going to see, something that looks like this. Repeat, 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 the symbol. Why I like this is I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that alert? I have my price. I have my the time or the time of the alert. I know what the price is. Then I can say, okay, what happened from there? Sometimes they haven't moved at all. Maybe they'll set up in the afternoon, or maybe they have moved and it's come back down to that price. Maybe it gives me an opportunity if I missed it the first time. So don't repeat. So if you've got this and you want to have the don't repeat version also, and this you can do this on any alert window. This is a multi-strategy window, but so if I right click, first of all, what I would do is duplicate the window, assuming you still want to see it like this. You just want sort of the two versions. So you duplicate the window. So I'll duplicate the window and then go down to properties and see where it says don't repeat. So you have some options here. Don't repeat the window you have some options for 1 minute, 5, 15, 30 an hour, or for the day. So what that 1 minute would mean is that you wouldn't see DFNFs as an example. If you picked 1 minute, you wouldn't see every second that DFNS made a new high. So if the last high was here at 10:48.13 and it kept moving, you wouldn't see the next high until 10:49.13 if it was making a new high, if that makes sense. Okay, it's all real time. It's just that some people don't want to see it over and over and over again. But for the day means I'll just see it the first only one time, go back in time, what happened from the alert. In terms of the color coding, if it's powder blue, that means it's a suggestion to go long, and if it's yellow, a suggestion to go short. These are the two scans in here: up big yesterday, down today, down big yesterday, up today. Those are the two scans. Yes, there is. Let me show you how. It's a bit of a trick, but let me show you how. Okay. Question is, if I go back in history, I don't want to see the symbol over and over and over again. Maybe I just want to see it the one time. So just give me a moment as I load. So here's a momentum scan. Okay. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can do it right from here yet. I'm going to see. Well, first of all, I want to duplicate it because I don't want to overwrite it. Don't worry, I'm going to explain. I haven't done this for a while, so I just want to see if I can do it right from here. And you might see the symbol over and over again to start. Yes. Okay. So you can see what happens. You'll see it over and over again to start, but eventually it'll get rid of it. So all you do is this. Now, if you don't want to, if you still want to have so you saw what I did. I right clicked and I duplicated the window. Okay. I mean, if I did it here, then you're probably gonna lose everything you had. Like you're not going to see everything in this window, and you might want to see that. So what I would do is I would duplicate the window. Then you can run your history here, and here's the trick. Okay, and then you right click and go down to properties, and then the view mode. Click on the view mode, and newest first is the default because that's what happens. You're going to see the stock over and over again the last time. But if you click on go to properties, view mode, and then click on group and sort by, and keep the newest, sort on time, descending. If you want to just take a screenshot or something, and then you say okay, and then when you do your history, it will only show you the stock the first time. Yes, briefly it'll show it over and over again, but then eventually it'll get rid of it. Does that make sense? I can do it again if you didn't get it. Okay. Just let me know if it worked. Okay, I can do it again. Now, speaking of ZYBT, guys, it is well, okay. It had a bit of a launch. Well, Obi, I'm waiting for another GMH from you today. Okay, I think it was GMH, the one that no, it wasn't GMH. What was it? GM something or GMM? Thank you, Monica. Yeah, this is one that had not moved at all for a while, and then yesterday had its day. So yeah, the VIVK is not necessarily over, guys. I mean, the VIVK, the only issue, what I would like to see happen is that it would hold the VWAP. Now it's in jeopardy of not holding the VWAP. Hard to see the VWAP. It's that purple line, but it's right around here. Okay, and I'd like to see it hold the VWAP. VWAP acting as a support area, and then later on, but it's sort of consolidating around the VWAP area. Give me a moment. Don't worry, I'm not. I don't have to reload trade ideas. Oh, good. Okay. Well, look at the CPHI. I mean, that is a massive move again. I mean, 218 down to $1.07. I would have thought, that it would not do this, but there you go. Poe, I know you played a dip on it, maybe a couple of times. Now, BEG is showing up on that scan, and it has a little bit of room. Okay, 42. I know you mentioned this one earlier, Obi. BEG is a two-time ETF for BE, and the next high looking left is 4264. This is the ETF, remember? So, boy, that what a move for BE. BE is up about 12%. I'm not sure I want to do this one. Had I seen this earlier in the day down here, maybe, but I'm not sure I want to take this one. Yeah, it's only 171,000 shares, and I mean the spread isn't bad, 84.95. It's not bad, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm not as interested in. Oh, really? Can't trade that one? Really? This company ETF, they won't let us trade it. Really? So they can't. So they won't let you trade the stock either. BE. That's a little crazy. I know it's and it's a U.S. stock, so I mean I'm sort of I'm baffled about that one. Why they won't let us trade it? This is only Interactive Brokers. Well, luckily, I'm surprised then that CPHI and DFNS we could trade those ones, but we can't trade BE. Makes no sense. Again, I'm only talking Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay. Okay. My general answer to that: does TI have any issues linking to Webull? Okay. I was talking BEG, Monica. BEG, not T. Beg, beg. I'm begging you. Okay. It wouldn't have made no sense to me whatsoever that you couldn't trade those ones. Okay. The general answer, William, about linking, okay. I don't know enough about Webull, but I understand. Do they have a downloadable application, or is it still completely web-based? No, not you. It's another. Believe it or not, there's another William in the world. William M. Woodward. Okay. Okay. If it's a downloadable, we should be able to link to it. Okay. Long as it's a download, if it's a downloadable application, should be able to link to it. So the question is now linking meaning this. Okay. Linking meaning this. Because I link to Interactive Brokers. So if I click on tools and then external linking. Now we link with many brokers. The download, if it's a web-based version of the product, we do not link with it. Okay. But obviously I'm using Interactive Brokers and it's the downloadable application. Okay. And here I am, I'm linked to it. So what does linking mean for me? It means that when I click on a symbol, CIFR, it loads into my order entry in Interactive Brokers. And from there, I'm trading it. Okay. From there, I'm trading it. So it's got nothing to do with like auto trading or trading from within Trade Ideas. It's just that I click on a lot of symbols all day long. I should start off by saying this. Trade Ideas is a scanner first and foremost. Okay, we doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. We are a scanner first and foremost. We do have a nice tool though that allows you to link to many brokers, so that if you're an active trader, you don't have to type in the symbol all day long. You see something you like, you click on it, and it loads into your broker's platform, and from there you trade it. Okay. Yeah. Did I leave a little bit on the table? I'm not going to beat myself up because look what happened. I went from 221 down to a dollar. Now, could I have found a way maybe to get back into it? Maybe, but I didn't. I mean, the argument to be made, maybe, when it broke over two, over the VWAP, held a little bit, maybe. But, this would have, this does not inspire confidence, going from two down to a dollar. You never know when that could just happen again. So I decided, also, they finally said no at Interactive Brokers, Monica. They said no. Mm. Ooh. Oof. Well, if you're watching Trade Ideas for the first time, this is what Trade Ideas is so good at. Identifying these crazy volatile ones. I mean, we can do the other things too, but if you're a pretty active trader and you're looking for the volatile ones that don't really give any a rip, excuse me, about what the overall market's doing. These are your classic alpha stocks. They don't care what the market's doing. They don't care, what its sector is doing. They're just completely and utterly trading on their own. This is a little bit different, this one. So, you can create a scan for your style of trading. Oh, so that's what you mean by the cap. You're not getting that big message saying we won't let you trade it. I understand now. I understand. Yeah, it's happened to me a couple of times. Not today on this, but yeah, it's happened to me a couple of times on other stocks. Yeah. All right, guys, it's 11:10. So in about 50 minutes from now, I'll be taking a break. Chris Farley will be again taking over for me in our YouTube room. I say again because he did it yesterday also. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. All right, guys. So CPHI halted again on the way up. Let's see where this one could open. So no big clue. It's halted at 330. Unbelievable. Halted at 330, and here's your potential open area. No big clue as to where it's going to open. And you can see that CPHI crept up the leaderboard. Now it's second. Some days you will see a stock that's won 20 or 30 or 40 races. All right. KLAR. Okay. Yeah, it's just, you're right. It's an absolute pop. Absolute pop. I was hoping it would be like a $2 or $3 stock. But it is a big pop. Yes. 19 to almost 2060. Probably some news hitting somewhere. What do they do? Global digital bank, AI powered payments, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this might be interesting. This might be interesting on a short. I have 6 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. One of the hardest things to do, though, trying to figure out where a top is or where a bottom is. The buy now, pay later. Yeah. I thought for some reason, I thought they were out of Sweden, not the UK, but well, when I look at these names, Gustav, Eric, Nicholas, Alderberth, Carl Anders, Victor Jacobson, I thought this was a Swedish company, but maybe they're incorporated. They're incorporated in the UK. And it's interesting, and it is showing up here. KLR, normally stocks with this sort of a float does not show up in this race. Yeah. Okay. VIVK. You're right, Monica. I mean, to me, if it would have, well, yeah. I mean, you're giving up a lot, but I mean, to really get it going again, I think it's going to have to get over 7. I mean, if it goes from 650 to 7, but there's, the volume. I'd like to see a volume burst also. I mean, that little. How about putting a price alert on 688, which is the high of the previous 5-minute bar, and just see if it can get back over 7. And maybe later on in the day, it has another little run, kind of like the CPHI. The CPHI has already had the run, double run. Well, I didn't take this bag. I wonder. Oh, well, because Monica told me I couldn't trade it, so I lost sight of it. Yeah, I see it infrequently, Monica. That what you're talking about, that little cap, very infrequently. And usually, even if I see it, the order seems to get filled where I want, like seconds later. So it's just not it's, I really haven't thought about it too much. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back again. So keep the questions coming. Wow, look at the CPHI got halted again, I guess. Yeah, halted again. I didn't see any news on this one at all. I don't think there's any news that I can find. It's just a China stock, but it's not a crazy low float. I mean, 27 million is not. Oh, look at the DFNS now making new highs also. Well, not in it now, but wow. And the DFNS, the next high looking left, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. 818. What did it get to today? Not quite there. So 818 is the next high looking left. Wow. Now, more than likely, we see these two stocks tomorrow, they'll probably be right back down, more than likely, which is so if anybody is thinking or wants to ask me, well, should I swing this? Eh, I mean, I'm not going to say no, but I certainly wouldn't. But I don't like giving advice like that anyway, because, you know, DFNS. So if somebody says, well, let's say it closed at 8, really well. And I say, well, I wouldn't swing it. And then it opens at 20 tomorrow. So especially when these things have literally no news. The news is really just it's a low float. Traders somewhere around the world are deciding, okay, today's the day for it. Usually, it could be a Reddit group or something. Well, they're usually low float. I mean that the China stocks. I mean not the BABAs and all, but I mean these ones not no not DFNS nor the CPH. I mean, okay, just give me a moment. Can I get the CPHI up? This is China, though. I mean, it's just that we found that these low flow China stocks. I mean, they have a who knows where in the world somebody is really trying to promote or pump it. And there's the VVIK or VIVK, not a China stock. I'm a little surprised. Some of these some of these are just low, but it's more about the float, okay, than China. It's more about the float. I mean, you have to understand that 647,000 shares in a float is ridiculously low. Ridiculous. And you see a lot of China stocks like this. That's all. That's why was it you, Burks, that wanted to have the country flag? No, it wasn't you. It was somebody else, right? So you can eliminate seeing the China stocks. Okay, it was somebody else. Like I wouldn't. Oh, it was you, Martin. Okay. Well, then really, it's not. Then really, what you should be doing. It sounds. It's more of a float. It's more of a float issue than the fact that it's China. You might want to have a minimum float that you only want to look at, Martin. Okay. Because this is not just China. I mean, okay, it happens to be a China stock, and you're right. It took a big header down, but DFNS do exactly the same thing. Look what DFNS is. It's a U.S. stock. Look what DFNS did. 742 down to 5. So I think it's more of a float issue for you. You might want to put, I don't know, 20 million minimum float. If you don't want to see the low floats, even more, 30 million. In this one, I have 50 million. Well, you can't sort you cannot find, but it doesn't matter whether it's just low float, Burks. Okay, whether they're China or U.S., it really doesn't matter. It's just the fact that they're low float. I mean, if you want, you can create a scan that says, okay, only show me stocks with a maximum of 2 million in the float. Doesn't matter where they're from. Okay, guys, VIVK. If you're wondering why I was silent for a bit, hmm. All right, I took myself out of the trade, guys. I took a little loss on it. I had a gain when it went up, but got a little greedy. So I'm going to look at it again. Maybe it gets back up to the 713 mark. A lot of times, what I'll do is I'll wait for the second break of that whole number, and I decided no, not this time. But I mean, I would have done okay, but I was thinking maybe it can start approaching this level up here near 8, but it didn't do it. Not yet, anyway. And remember, hope and pray is not a strategy. I know it's corny to say that, but it is not a strategy. You get into something like this and you're in at 7 and it goes down to 6 and you're hoping and praying it gets back up. It's not a strategy. It is corny, but it is. I mean, how many of us? We've all done it. This is what we've all done. You get into this. You get into this one at $7, okay, and then it starts dropping, and it's down to 6 and even lower, and you say, whoever your deity is, oh, whatever your deity is, if it gets back to 7, I'll get out and I'll never do that again. We've all done it. Now, do I do it? I haven't done it in years, but I used to do it the same thing. If it gets back to there, I swear I'll never do that again. I'll obey my stop, or I won't. You know. What you're saying? I've got the luck of the Irish on my side, Poe. Oh man, I mean, this is looking interesting. Also, again, I mean, there's $14 as the next high on the the next high actually is right there. So 818. Now, what did it do? Did it get to? And it got to 814. You see why I looked left. Okay. Now I'm not saying it's going to absolutely halt there or stop going from there or up higher from there, but that's all I do. I just look left. And if I see something that is close to where the current price, I won't take the trade. Now, this almost stopped right at the penny. 1814, and what's this again? 1818. Now, if it takes that out later on in the day, 863, but you're getting into a super extended situation right now. Well, yeah, we've seen some days, Burks, where a stock has been halted like 20 or 30 times. So, I mean, yes, it's been halted 7 times, but we've seen some days, some stocks are halted like 20 or 30 times or more. I know we've seen one over 40. Can't remember what it was. I don't know what our record is since we've had this scan. Maybe 5 years now we've had it, maybe 6 years. I don't know. All right. Excuse me. All right, guys. 11:30 now. So about half an hour for me before Chris takes over for me in our YouTube room. The simple definition, Burks, is when a stock goes up too quickly. So an accelerated move, a computer program kicks in and halts it. I think I may be wrong, but I think it really started during the might have started earlier. I think PJ might tell me it started earlier, but I think in 2007 and 8 when we went through the financial crisis, okay, and stocks were just going so crazy. And so they decided to implement. It might have been earlier though. It might have been some other reason, sometime earlier. But I mean, there's a little more to the definition, but it's not some guy sitting there going, well, I think I'll halt this stock. It is a program that kicks in. Stock went up too fast in a short period of time or down. So it gives you sort of a pause. There you go. ZYBT was halted close to 40 times yesterday. Especially, I bet, later on in the day when I think I was gone by then, because ZYBT really had a rip. Back this, had a right there. It was just ripping, ripping, ripping. I bet you it was halted many times here, but it was also halted earlier in the day. Well, luckily, I don't have to worry about that, Poe. There are no shares available to short. Thank goodness on the CPHI. So you know what? The VIVK is actually looking a little more interesting now to me if it takes out 7, because it's holding the VWAP. It got above 710. I put a price alert again around that area. I think I already have one there. But you need some volume. If it takes it out, I want to see a volume bar. So it's not the absolute volume. I want to see a volume bar that is standing out from the previous volume bars. I mean, it's not the absolute. I mean, 442,000 shares, a lot of shares, but it's not standing out when you look left, to the previous volume bar. So that's what I want to see. So this could be an afternoon one. Again, this could be an afternoon one. So a very choppy day for our AI also got. Wow, look at the Hasbro. I kind of lost sight of that. That was sort of a nice long from the AI. Got from 90 to 93, not bad. But boy, that was the top. So again, you can use the AI like a watch list. If that's all you watched all day long, just the stocks generated from the AI, just because the AI says to go long, in this case, for a while that worked, but it doesn't mean that you can't take a look at this and go, you know what? This looks like a top to me. Maybe on a 92 break, I'm going to short it. Obviously in this case, it would have worked great. Or even if you waited for a VWAP break, it would have been a $2 move underneath the VWAP or a $3 move. But obviously, you've got to have some trading experience. But that's why we have a simulator. You can practice trading using our simulator. Our simulator is part of our standard service, and it uses real-time data. You can practice trading using our simulator. Simulator is also good, even if you're sort of a veteran trader, but you're trying something that you'd like to say, I wonder if this sort of a scan would work. You're getting alerts from it, so you start taking some trades from it. You back test it, okay, fine. If you want to back test, but you just start taking some trades in the simulator and just see what would happen. Well, I mean, but that's why you've got to manage the trades. I mean, even these two longs, they would have worked not badly, you know, 1258 before it pulled back at all, got up to almost 13. Not bad. The Hasbro we've just gone over. But that's why, using this like a watch list more than just saying, well, I got to take the trade exactly, at the alert. And another thing is wait for re-entries. So look at this one as an example, the forward. So the alert price was 1572, but it hit the stop. 1525, it did hit the stop. But look what happened. It got back halfway between the original alert price and the stop, which is 1548. And you could have waited. Some just wait for alerts for the reentries. They don't even care about the original alerts. They just wait for reentries. So in this case, I mean, it would have worked nicely. 1548. It's at 1579 now. And before it pulled back at all, got up to 16 as an example. This one, well, this ABTC, this is a short. Now, I mean, it may work later, 636, to reshort it. It may work. It's a fairly strong stock, but it may work. And what about this one, 1039? Well, again, this worked earlier, on the long side right off the bat. But if you wait for that, I'm not saying you should wait for a reentry, but that's what a lot of our people who have AI, that's what they do. They just wait for reentries. Okay, VIVK back to the 7 level. Now I'm going to be taking, well, I've still got time. I mean, if I held this, I'm probably not going to hold it for 20 minutes. It's just holding over the VWAP right now, VIVK holding over the VWAP, just slightly under that 7 level. I want to see if it hits 710. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that's the same level. Yeah, we have 2 levels, okay? One using pre-market data and one that doesn't. This does not. This VWAP right there does not use the pre-market data. This does. And I like using the pre-market data. And that's I'm eyeballing it. So yeah, it's a 645, 646, something like that. Okay, it's still hanging around. It's hanging around that 7. It got up to 710, pulled right back down a little bit. So very, very volatile. I mean, it's not crazy volatile, but I want to see that hold over 7. And why am I fixated on 7? Just, it's the whole number issue. It's all about the whole number. It's not that 7 is magic. It's just that it's a whole number, and sometimes a stock will struggle to get through that whole number. And no, it's not OCD. Wow. So this over a 20-minute halt. Yeah, that's not when you're. Hopefully nobody's in this one right now on the halt. All right, guys. Well, as I wait to see if this VIVK can take out 7 in a better way, let's see what else is happening. And I mean, today's the day to be watching these volatile stocks. At least we have some. We had some continuation in them. There was a stretch where we didn't seem to get any great continuation in these ones. I don't mean continuing all day. I mean, but that continued from 10:45 to 11:15. I mean, that's an eternity in day trading. Okay, well, it finally came out of the halt, and what did it do? Yeah, that was a big key rack. Now, do we think the same thing could happen again? I mean, I don't. When I say the same thing happen again, come all the way back down and then have another run, I don't, but you never know. No, alerts are ors, okay? So if you have I don't ever, well, I shouldn't say ever. I rarely have multiple alerts, so they're not ands. So in other words, if you have a new high of the day and a new 5-minute high and something else, anytime any of those trigger, any one of them trigger, you're going to get a real time alert. They don't all have to trigger at the same. They don't all have to meet the requirements at the same time. If that makes sense. So again, if I look at this, the filters are and. So the stock is between $140 and the current volume is 30, and the volume today is 100,000 shares, and the value is no more. Okay. They all have to be satisfied. Now, in this case, I have this, I can use this in the pre-market, but there's my 9:30 on alert, new high of the day. Okay. But if I had a 5-minute high also as an alert, I would get alerts for 5-minute highs also, independent of a new high of the day. So these are the ands and these are the ors, a new high of the day or, or, okay? Well, I'm glad you are a happy customer, Juan. I know, I don't know, did you finally get a PC or are you using your Mac with parallels or something? And listen carefully, everybody. This is a PC-based program, okay? PC-based program. It does not work on a Mac unless you're prepared to use an emulation program like Parallels or something like Amazon AWS or Microsoft's version of that. I see DFNS just got halted on the way up. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like an emulation program or VM, like Parallels, or I know there are other ones out there. I just never had a Mac, so it's never been an issue for me. But I know when you sign up, I know it's there, but people don't generally read it because there is something that says, if you have a Mac, click here. I know the company is trying to, get a web-based version for the probably everything that is as robust as a downloadable application. I don't think they'll ever get rid of the downloadable application, but But that's not till next year, if, quite frankly, if ever. But, I know the company's working on it. Pepe, you might want to chime in if you're not drinking. Still hanging around, guys. The VIVK still hanging around. It wouldn't take much, but you need some volume to come in. Look, just look at well, you can see on a 15-minute chart. You see how the volume is just kind of, obviously the volume is huge at the beginning of the day. So nobody expects to see volume bars like this later on. I mean, it could happen, but what you want is some volume bar that stands out again. To know that there's the enthusiasm is starting to come back into it. I really haven't looked at any of the large cap stocks, but let's take a look at I could look at TKY. Well, it's just over 11. Okay, over that whole number. It's not a super high. I mean, it's only got 54 million in the float. The minimum has to be 50 million. So when I multiply, and that, remember, that's the float. The market cap will be the actual shares outstanding times the current price. So that'll be over half a billion. Now, some will look at this and go, well, I think that's still not a high float or a high market cap. So you can always change it. You want to have a billion or 2 billion, you won't get as many stocks, or maybe you relax some of the other filters, so you'll get some stocks. Boy, CPHI came out of its halt, and even though it dropped, it's got a mind of its own. China Pharma Holdings, 30 million shares have traded, 191 times normal up to this time of day. And it just got halted again on the way up. Well, for fun, let me show you how you can use a simulator. Now, I'm going to get an error message probably. Yeah, you will not hopefully get one. So I'm in the paper trader, okay? So to get into the paper trader, you click on new and then brokerage plus. Now, when you load it, it may say account. It may say account there, or not connected. Sorry, not connected. Okay, what you want it to say paper trading. So this is what it might say. Okay, not connected. So all you do is go to brokers and paper trading and connect. So now you're in the paper trader. Now you can practice trading. So let's do this one just for fun. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the, it's not terrible in terms of the spread. Again, you will not get that error message. You shouldn't. Okay. Entry was set 685. I'm going to put a stop. I'm going to put a little further away. I know I normally say I want to risk $100 a trade, but I'm going to put it at 645. Just because this is quite wild. So on my chart, you should see something that's going to say, yes, there it is, minus 200. Okay. So if it goes down to 645, and this is again in the simulator, okay, in the simulator, and this is how you can practice trading. So I put my stop to make the math simple. Normally I demonstrate using a $100 stop, which would mean I would have to put my stop at 665, but this is such a wild one. So I thought, okay, let's put it a little bit further away. Or I could have taken fewer shares, half the number of shares, 250 shares, and put that stop if I wanted to risk $100. But let's see what happens. Now it's funny. The last few times I've done this, demonstrating the power, the use of the simulator. The last few times I've done this in front of everybody, it's been amazing how I should have taken the trade for real. Well, you might have to wait though a long time, IDC. Okay, I mean they've been trying. I know they talk about 2000. What year are we now? They talk about 2027. So, but the CEO should have his YouTube stream tomorrow between 12 and 1, and you guys can ask him questions about things like that. No Dan tomorrow. How do you know? How the heck do you know and I don't know? Is he still traveling? I think he went to Italy or something, but maybe he's extending his European vacation. All right. Well, forget everything I've just said. Okay, guys, it is now 11:54, so I'm going to hang around, of course, until Chris shows up in our YouTube room. I just want to get the message up. Okay, I'm not gone yet, but when I am, this will be the message you see on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. And before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Chris if you want. Well, I've just asked the question. Steve usually knows. Okay, yeah, no, he's still over there, meaning he's still in Europe. Yeah, so no Dan tomorrow. Boy, CPHI. Oh man, I honestly would not have predicted this. I mean, two big pullbacks, and the stock is still not done. Okay, guys, I'm sure I got stopped out of that. Just as I said, all these trades have worked well. They want to demonstrate. It was a toss up between taking CPHI or VIVK. And see, no, I'm not in the trade anymore. Okay. Not in the trade anymore because it took me out. You can see right there. So that's how you can practice trading, guys, and you put a stop in, and of course when you're wow. Jeez. Yeah, no kidding. It's today's Z, and there's no news on it. None that I can see. Not that there has to be news. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to put the YouTube link in the room. Okay, so if you want, you can head over and listen to Chris. He's not there quite yet, but he'll be there soon. Adrenaline is an amazing thing, isn't it? To wake you up. For those of you, most of you, well, if you don't know, I live in Vancouver, so the time zone is can be pretty tough for me. Didn't have a great sleep. Got up at around 4:30 and did a few things, and so I was pretty tired starting. But I have no tiredness in me whatsoever right now. Zero. It's all gone away now. But when I leave, get out of the room, I'm sure I'm going to feel it, but right now I am not tired at all. And it's all to do with adrenaline. Now, IPW is showing up, but I wish if that weren't there, for IPW, that next high looking left is 124. The alert from the scan is at 111, okay? If that weren't there, if the next high was up here at 143, I would probably be in this one right now. And I'm talking about, right there. Okay, guys, I heard a little pop. Just give me a moment, Chris. I heard a little pop, so I'm sure that means Chris is in the YouTube room right now. A couple of things I have to do is shut off my music, number one. Okay, guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room right now. I'm going to mute myself in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And wow, what a morning, Chris, for us crazy day traders.
What did we have going on?
Well, we had a couple of awesome ones. One was CPHI.
Yes, that's on my race scan. Halted currently.
Yes, all day long on your race scan, I'm sure. And the other one was DFNS.
Yeah, that's there too.
That's there too, but you didn't take them because you're not a day trader.
No, that is correct. I've never even. I never even look at my races anymore.
So why don't you? Why do you have them up?
Display them for when I get here. Have a top 10 list to talk about and things like that. Because if I'm being honest, there's a lot of these sessions where nobody asks any questions, and I got to find some kind of talking point.
Well, here's what I'll do for you, Chris. I will come in under different aliases. I'll try to disguise my voice and ask you. And well, actually, that doesn't make sense at all because we're not. The people are not on the mic.
You'd be giving yourself away.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, thanks for doing it again. I know it's double duty for you, so thanks for doing it again. We'll see you in about an hour.
We'll see you in an hour. Enjoy your break, Barry.
I will. Okay, bye.
All righty, everybody. So Barry making his way to a break. Looks like pretty active morning here for the day trading community, to say the least.
How come you don't? You used to say a well-deserved break. Do I not deserve a break? You used to say that all the time.
It is always a well-deserved break.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now I'll go. Bye.
And that's why I love Barry so much right there. It's his attention to detail. All right, with all that, Barry's well-deserved break. I do wonder if he jumps on that bicycle or not. But if he's listening, he'll let me know when he gets back, I'm sure. Or the elliptical, I think that's what he does in his break. Bicycles after the market session. Daryl, how's it going? Meeting with the dev team shortly, see what we can come up with approaching your issues still. So you're on the front seat hot burner on my mind, my friend. Sorry, just getting my bearings about me still. So, all right, with all those things said, open forum as per usual. I don't have any pre-done content. Rely on you folks to drive content with your questions of this hour here. All is fair game regarding the software. Talk some charts, scans, compare count windows, top list, alert windows, Holly, price alerts, back testing, brokerage plus, so on and so forth. So don't be shy with the questions. I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. And as per usual, as I alluded to Barry previously, if there are no questions coming in, we'll find something to keep things engaging and informative. We ran through quite a few ETFs yesterday, sector ETFs. We didn't get through all of them, so we could always redo that and see if I can move quicker through the ETFs. And we could also talk about some of the relative strength from the open scanning I've got going on here. And while I don't day trade anymore, I do think about it on occasion. And I leave these scans up to, to give us a talking point on days like today. So again, don't be shy. Come one, come all. I am ready for the questions. Okay, no questions. Fair enough. Let's, I guess we'll start with relative strength from the open. We'll do the race on the bottom right. So that one that I marked with the pink X there. We'll start with our last winner and the one that looks like it is about to win this race as well, NBIG. So it's a 2X long of NBIS. Interestingly enough, no idea what NBIS is. Let's see, NBIS, Custom Computer Programming Service. So this stock has been on a tear, to say the least, in a year plus that it IPO'd, up 880% essentially. I mean, that's just an absolute monster run for the stock. Absolute monster run. As far as chart goes, looking at a daily chart, got some room up here. Prior high there, I don't know, around 222, give or take. So definitely some room to run. Definitely some room to run for that. As far as that's the one Dan has a ton of. Interesting. And it is a stock from the Netherlands. Interesting. Wonder where Dan's got it from. What was I going to say? Up 27%, 27 bucks today, good for almost 15%, 14.75%, give or take. Yeah, I could give you a link for the layout. Just know that, it's a layout that's specifically set up for me. There's going to be, my liked list here is not going to translate to you. This is, unique to my liked list. So it's just going to be a blank top list with no filters, and it'll populate anything you have on your liked list instead. There is also a number of other items that I have. Let's see, share on another screen, a whole bunch of compare count windows, charts, some other stuff too. So But there you go. That is as shared as I can share it. Like I said, I can't do anything about the symbol list. They will not transfer over, but that should be good for you to go outside of that one scan. So anyways, yeah, MBIS, quite a run. Bit of a pullback here. Jumping well off that pullback now. And let's see, where it can get itself to. You are very welcome, Dominic. Happy to share that. Happy to help. All right, let's keep cruising along here. VIBK. So, wow. First off, my first wow is over 100 million shares traded on it today, doing 1,300 times what it's normally doing for volume. I'm guessing this has had several reverse splits. And that's why we're going to see these ridiculous numbers here. That's 20K high, 30K high, whatever it is, lifetime high of 5,000 here as far as that goes. So 647,000 in the float. Yeah. Nevertheless, massive gap up, huge run up, giving it back. It's down here near the open right now. See if it can't hold itself. This thing has been all over the place. I'm looking at a 60-minute chart. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to make a 5-minute chart. That's a little more conducive to the day trading crowd here, since we're kind of talking about day trading stocks. So yeah, quite the gap up. Ran itself up over the first, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 minutes. And that's not without some hefty pullbacks and volatility. Kind of held itself down here, got pinned under the VWAP. That's pinned under the 8 EMA also, and curling itself down. Nevertheless, an exciting one. At least exciting if you were not in it. Also exciting if you're on the right side of it. Not exciting if you're on the wrong side of it. That's for sure. Terrifying if you're on the wrong side of something like this. And I have been on the wrong side of some of these things. How would I build an intraday relative strength, relative weakness scanner? I don't really have a way to do that, but I suppose if I was going to do it, let me see if the data points exist in a top list. Because what I would be looking at is the change. Yeah, so I would use these changes here in the market. Pick a time frame, right? You could use all of them, but I would be using these change in NASDAQ, S&P 500, and Dow. And I would be, if I'm looking for, some relative strength compared to the market, I'm going to add these 3 filters on the daily time frame. Could do it on different time frames, of course, but for this exercise, I'm going to do it on a daily time frame. And I'm going to say I don't want any of these things up today. I want them all down. Now, it's not going to give us any results right now because the market is up, right? But I'm just trying to find stocks that are up compared to the market on any given day. And so that's where I would point you to, is these here, and I'd give it some kind of maximum value, saying that we can't be up, or we can't be up more than X amount. And you're talking the overall market. Yeah, but RSI is just relative to the stock itself. If you're looking for relative strength and relative weakness to the market, RSI isn't going to help you with that. So that's why I would point to these filters instead. You could also, like I said, you could change it up here, and you could go with, maybe just the last 30 minutes. So if the market isn't really up or isn't really doing a whole lot in the last 30 minutes, but you can find stocks that are up, maybe that'll be no, because the market's just up and away today. If we look at the SPY here, even on a 5-minute chart, you got this here, but then you're pretty much moving up after that. pretty much really, you don't, outside of this, that's not even a 30 minutes. You don't have a 30-minute period where the market isn't making some move up at this point. I guess you could say it consolidated here. There's 30 minutes there. That's only 15 minutes down before it reversed itself. It's more 30 minutes of consolidation. I had plenty of uptime during that. And it's really kind of been up since then. So yeah, I guess stick with my original thesis here. And you're going to look for those change. These change filters in the indexes here. And that's where I would be pointing you towards. Now, to I'm going to go with stocks for short. To stocks point, if you're looking for relative strength or relative weakness for just the stock in general, then yes, RSI is the direction you want to go. Generally speaking, oversold below 30, overbought above 70. So, you could find, whatever time frame you want. We offer these here, 1, 2, 5, 15, 60 and daily. You could add that filter, a 5-minute RSI, and you could say if you're looking for stocks that are really strong, maybe put a 75 here, and then, whatever the rest you want to do here, volume, million. Yeah, something like that. Whatever other things you want in here, you can get yourself. Now, whether you want an alert window or a topless, whoops, that was dumb. Did that with my liked list, and that's not going to give us any results whatsoever. Sorry, apologize. Give me a second here. Let me get a fresh top list to do that in. Yeah, relative strength, weakness versus the SPY and the Qs. Yeah, so that's where you'd be living with that. Now, you could use the RSI as well in conjunction with that. No reason you couldn't. So, I don't know. I'm going to do a little exercise here with this. Let's go with the relative strength like that, and we're going to go hide the rest. We're going to give it some volume metrics at the very least. We're going to combine stocks idea with my idea, actually change. I'm going to go with 15 minutes on each of these. You only said SPY, so I'm gonna in the Nasdaq. So I'm gonna leave out the S&P and the Nasdaq. So I'm gonna leave out the Dow actually. And go back to the window specific filter, and I don't know. Let's find them. You know what? I don't even want to do this as a top list. I don't want to do this as a top list at all. Because an alert window, we can go back in history and maybe find some stuff. If nothing meets as a top list now, it's kind of irrelevant anyways. So we're going to go with stocks. 1, they're making new highs. And 2, let's get some running up ideas in here. Use running up. So use both those. Let's get rid of that. Let's put that in. All right. So let's say these are flat at the very least over the last little bit here at 75 price. I'm not going to give it a price floor. And let's just see if this returns anything. So yeah, noon it returned OUST, sorry. So 39.53. Up marginally since then. Strong stock overall. Let's see, we got LASE. Lurking at $1.29. Rejected at that level. USFD. This is a nonsense stock, I think, right? Oh no. Okay, sorry. Confusing that with some bond that I often see come on scans I create. So 96.41. It's had a pullback since then. Looks like it kind of caught the top of that. HPM 2330, still plugging along since then. PGEN. Holding steady where it alerted. BRUN. BRUN, sorry, 40, 25, 41. A little bit of a run afterwards. So, some okay stuff coming through here. So that, that's just one thought process that I had, that would be the big one. There's no other way to really compare to the indexes outside of what I've done there. I will go ahead and name this short-term intraday relative strength. And I will go ahead and save this or share this to the cloud with you all. Anybody that does take this link, please be sure to save it to your cloud or your layout or however you like to do that, because I expunge all scans that I don't use from my cloud every several days or so. So that link will expire in a few days. So anybody that wants that, there it is. Give you a template to work with something like that. Alrighty. Bear with me one moment. So is there an alert that can be configured based on the No, there's no TI wave buy or sell. Nothing you can configure. Sorry, Dave. The only thing we have is the Market Explorer scans in there. There's no altering, changing, negotiating, or anything else. You get these TI waves, daily, weekly, 5 minute. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Sorry. We did do something as an exercise several months ago, at least. No, I don't even have it anymore. Let me see here. And we had some stuff that was kind of close with it, but some stuff that was nowhere near as well. So it was kind of like, these ones are pretty all right, but the rest, not so much. See if I have it still, because I don't even remember what I did. Kind of a TI. Okay, so so this is a 5 minute one here. First, I'll share it and backtrack what we did here. But again, it's not going to be exactly what it is, because the TI wave is using EMAs and we do not have EMAs. So I used some SMAs in the ballpark and a 5 minute high. So let's see, what do we do here? All right, so we used a 10 period on a 5 minute chart and a 5 period on a 5 minute chart. We want to make sure that stocks were up over the last 5 minutes, it looks like, and up over the last 60 minutes as well. And so that got us in the ballpark-ish. Sorry, 5 minutes. So browser interface. Let's see. So SIRI came in at 1220, and it looks like it might be making a turn to get you a buy signal. Not quite there yet. And NASA looks like it's making a turn that might give you a sell, actually. run the history here for the day. And if you check clear previous layout, does it only clear one that is the same name, or how does that work? You know, Amber, I have not used that. I don't know if I've ever used it over all these years, so bear with me. Let me do a little digging real fast here. Bear with me. Clear previous layout. No, this is what clear previous layout does. It's if you check that, that means anything else that you have open gets closed. So let's say you've got a set of charts and scans open that you want to leave open while you load the layout. Uncheck that before you save it. Meaning that when you load that layout, it won't close everything else on you. And as far as why we don't have EMAs, I don't have an answer for you. That is the way it has always been. The only answer I can really give is a management and development decision not to have them. Their reasoning behind it, I don't have one to give you, sorry. If it was for me, we'd have a whole lot of other things. But there are, you know, I can tell you this. Because of the real-time data we have, the way the servers work and all those things like that, it takes an incredible amount of space to do what we do. And the cost of it is nothing short of really, really astronomical. And so everything we add, because we, save 60 some odd trading days worth of data, truly increases that database a lot. Tesla earnings, no clue. Looks like earnings after the post market tomorrow. They'd be reporting after the market tomorrow. So, all right. I don't follow any earnings coming up whatsoever. I don't personally follow it. I mean, we have the data in the system. You can create an earnings scan if you want. I even have some kind of earnings scan on my cloud from some time. So let's see, I got this earnings scan here. I did this a long time ago, sorting based on market cap. So this is anything with earnings today. So 0.25 means the earnings were this morning. 0.75 means they'll be after the close. So NBS had earnings this morning. And CB will have earnings after the market close. But I don't pay attention to earnings at all. Never have. Can't say I never will, but currently I don't follow any earnings whatsoever. So, all right, good stuff. Much better than yesterday. Yesterday I had almost no questions. It was lonely here. Nope, I do not avoid holding stocks through earnings. If I'm interested in a stock and it has earnings coming up, there is a good chance I won't take a position in it till the earnings pass. But if I'm holding a stock with earnings coming up, I'm holding the stock. I mean, unless I have a reason to sell it, I get stopped out, or, I get to like a tentative, what I would call a tentative target, or I'm on the upside, and, the market is maybe feeling a little top heavy, or the stock itself feeling a little top heavy, then I'm going to exit the stock, but it'll have nothing to do with earnings whatsoever. How do I make that? So I did a top list here, and in the top list, let's see what I do. I just did so no price or anything like that. I just did 0.25 and 0.75 on the minimum and maximum. So that means anything reporting earnings today is on the scan. And let's see what else I do here. And I sorted based on market cap. So I said, once you have all the stocks that have earnings on the day, I want only the top 100 stocks by market cap to populate on the list. And that's it. Actually, you know what I want to do? I want to resave this. Change the colors. Market cap. Okay, there we go. So I'm both server sorting and display sorting on market cap. Happy to share it with you. If you'd like to have this, you can use it as a template and make it your own. There you go. There you go. Oh, so let's see. Ooh, IBKR reported today. And that's something. Oh, no, they're reporting later today. Sorry. What else? MSCI. They reported this morning. Clearly a negative reaction on that report. DR Horton. So I'd say a fairly mute reaction at this point, but had a little bit of noise and volatility at the open here. I never look at NVIDIA. I don't look at NVIDIA news. I have no clue what they're doing or what they have done, to be honest. I know that they're, kind of become a cult stock at this point. So no, I have no, not to mention, and I say this, knowing this is going to trigger some people, but I couldn't possibly care less what a company is doing at all. The only thing I care about is their charts. I don't care what they make, how they make it, when they make it. I don't care if the company makes money. I don't care if the company loses money. I don't care where they're located. I care nothing about what a company is whatsoever. The only thing I care about is their charts. Everything else is irrelevant. And the reason I say this is, how many times have we seen a company come out with unbelievably great news and then the stock tanks? It doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, wonderful news. It's great. They did all these wonderful things and the stock's down 10%. That doesn't make any sense, right? It doesn't have to make sense, nor do I need to make any sense of it. And then how many times have we seen a company has terrible earnings, they guide wrong, they're cutting back all these things, and, things don't look, the outlook isn't good, and the stock price soars. Makes no sense whatsoever. And yet, stock's up 15%. So the only thing I care about is the charts. And as far as the chart goes, I mean, NVIDIA's got a pretty nice chart still overall. And a move up and a consolidation and a move up. And it looks like it's come back and tested the last breakout and still testing that last breakout. So the question is, can this prior resistance hold and be current support, or can it not? So that's where we're living with that. Now it's on a weekly chart. On a daily chart, it looks a little more volatile. But nevertheless, that 200 level is a magnet. That's an easy, clearly defined magnet. Resistance, couldn't quite get up to it, resistance, and again, and again. And days here before it finally gets over it. It's been using it as support, violated it right back over, using it as support again. So that's where I'd be looking with NVIDIA. This is clearly an area also that's going to be tough for it here. That, let's call it 113, 14, 15, somewhere in there. It clears that, and it's got some steps that it could possibly take after that. So that's where I'd be looking with that. Since we were talking about earnings, got over a month before earnings happen here. It's wild. I remember when there were no companies over $1 trillion market cap. And you got companies with 5 trillion market caps, multiple. Insane. So don't be shy, folks. Keep the questions coming. Good session. Enjoying this all very much. Appreciate it. Alrighty. Nothing much coming in at this point. So let's get back and talk about the top 10 again from the relative strength here. So talk VIVK. Let's move on to ONDG. Boy, all these leveraged ETFs. Can you ask if my portfolio is a lot of stocks or mutual funds? Just stocks. No mutual funds. I wouldn't call it I have a portfolio. I have, a self-directed broker, multiple self-directed broker accounts that I trade, let's say. Two being different retirements, and one being just a run-of-the-mill brokerage account. I don't think I've ever looked at a mutual fund for trading or investing in my entire life. I can't ever recall buying an ETF. I'm not saying I haven't. I can't think of one off the top of my head over the years. If I hold a stock through earnings and it gaps way down below my stop, what would I do? I'd exit the stock. I would get stopped out is what I would do. Stops are non-negotiable. There's nothing on God's green earth that would let me violate my stop. The only thing that could let me, quote, violate my stop is if it flashed down past my stop faster than I could exit it, because I don't leave end stops. And it jumped right back over it and then never got back to that stop again. That would be the only thing that would prevent me from getting stopped out. I don't hold a lot of positions at once. I generally, as far as my regular trading account goes, I'm not sure in the last few years I've ever had more than 3 stocks in there at once. I generally like to live in the 1 and 2 stock range, though. My retirement is completely different. Yeah, I'm a swing trader. I don't day trade at all. My retirement's completely different than what I do in my regular trading, though. A lot of dividend stocks with reinvesting the dividends and just constantly adding to those dividend positions. There's no concern about price appreciation or anything like that. So it's not trading at all whatsoever with my retirement funds or my retirement accounts. Where do I see OUST going? I don't see it going anywhere. We can look at the chart. Do you mean, okay. You talking about today, daily chart? I first off, let me start with, I don't see it going anywhere. That would be predicting, and there's no such thing as predictions, but there's plenty of people that like to make predictions. I'm not one of them. What the heck just happened? Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry, I lost the comments for a second here on the questions, which was strange, but got it back. So I don't see it going anywhere. What I can say is this: on a daily chart, that $40, it don't like being above it. Couldn't get up and through it, couldn't get up and through it, couldn't get up and through it, couldn't get up and through it. Turned it into support for a moment, back under it right now. So it don't like being above it for too long. It prefers to be below that number. With that said, above and below that number, kind of what you're looking at, more than less. How to trade using brokerage? That's entirely up to you. We don't direct people how to trade. 2 things we don't do. We don't interfere with broker functionality. You can, Brokerage Plus, I can show you how you can submit orders through Brokerage Plus if you're connected with Brokerage Plus to your broker. But once you're inside, if you're using the broker directly, you got to reach out to them for the mechanics of their broker. And as far as like how to actually trade, That's again, we're not going to tell you how to buy, sell, hold, or what you should buy, sell, and hold. Now, some generalized things about the trade. It's a TI wave, not trade wave. Some generalized things with the TI wave. First is the idea is you're finding changes in trends and then trying to be a part of that change in trend afterwards. So OUST, just as an example, you can see we get the S here and we've got a downtrend going on that accompanies it afterwards, gaps up and puts it into a possible uptrend, but we're saying there's possible change in trend with the B there. Change in trend is sustained and it runs, and that's where you see the wave. And when you see the wave widen out, that's when you can see price start to really take a big move. When you see the wave get thinner, you'll see price action start to flatten. So those are the kinds of things that I can help you with, or I, talk about and identify on the charts. Now, just because something gets extended doesn't mean it won't or will or won't pull back. You never know, right? And just because something starts to narrow doesn't mean it will continue to narrow, because as we can see here, comes right back out and widens out again like that. But, whether you should or shouldn't take something based on the B or the S, that's entirely up to you and your own personal trading plan. All the TI wave is a cross on a couple of EMAs, essentially. It's just a set of indicators. The idea behind those is there a change in trend? So I think one of the first things anybody that would have to do is decide what time frame do you want to work on, then stick to it. A huge mistake that I made early on in trading, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, is, all right, I'm working on a 5-minute time frame. Well, I got in the trade and it's not working on a 5-minute time frame, but it looks okay on the 15-minute time frame, so I'll just swap to that. Well, now it's not working on the 15-minute time frame, so now I'll move to a 30-minute time frame because it looks okay on that. Oh, well, now it's not working on the 30-minute time frame. Let's move to a daily time frame. And next thing you know, let's just say, for example, you were at a $100 loss, becomes a $200 loss, becomes a $500 loss, becomes a you blew up your account loss. That's how that works. And I can tell you that from experience. So keep the questions coming, folks. Got some time here before Barry comes back. Any other sources for continued education? We got the education page. I'll share a link first. Big proponent of that personally. And then let me bring over the page. So you've got the user's guide here. This link is where you are now. This is the other side of the trader's room. Right now it's probably silent in there with Barry just sharing his screen while he's on his break. There is a larger community over there discussing ideas and whatnot. And we've got getting started series here. And, it goes through a whole bunch of different items in here that you can peruse through. Former employee of Trade Ideas, Michael Noss, he created what's called Back to Basics. It's I want to say 30-something part series, 36 maybe, something like that. It starts with what is a stock, and it goes all the way up to like algorithmic trading stuff. So you might be interested to check some of that out. And then there's a digital library that we have down here with a few different ebooks that you could take a look at there. At the bottom of this page, you got some other items, with their features, back testing, PIP charting, formula editor, data stuff, paper trading, stock races, TI wave, some different items like that. So those are the areas that I'd point you to as far as education goes. And mentors, sorry, no mentors. I mean, there's some good follows on Twitter. If you're a Twitter person, there's definitely some good folks out there. My recommendation is stay away from any doom gloomers. Anybody that's always talking about how the market's going to crash and things aren't good and whatever else, stay away from those people. If I were to recommend what to follow people that are all about charts and price. And that's it. Because the only thing that matters are the charts and the price. Everything else is noise and nonsense. And remember, of all these people that love to predict stuff, a broken clock is right more than they are. Broken clocks are right twice a day. A lot of these people prognosticating and predicting, they're right maybe once a decade, literally once a decade. I used to maybe say some names and whatnot. I don't say names anymore because there's just no need for me to. I think, anybody that really does their homework, easy enough to find the people that are total trash and garbage. And while I'm totally opposed to perma bears, because I think perma bears I think they have mush for brains, quite personally. I don't mind perma bulls. They can get a little exhausting sometimes too, the perma bulls, but I'd much rather surround myself with people that are always positive and always looking for the good than people that I cut negative people out of my life. So it's just that simple. So, but there's, a lot of good people on Twitter to follow without a question. A lot of nonsense too. So, just be careful. And then, YouTube, there's plenty of great educational stuff on YouTube where if you're just looking for what does an indicator mean, what does it do, there's so much free stuff out there. I mean, an insane amount of free stuff out there. I would also say this. If you come into the configure of any scan and come to the search, you could click on any one of these and press help. You're going to get a help page that looks like this. It'll give you what it does and some examples and so on and so forth. Some have more or less information on it based on how in depth some of the stuff goes. But plenty of good education there as well on those resources, on the help pages. I think also doing things like that are good because it's specific to what you're doing within the software here. So for example, relative volume is a great example actually. So relative volume, press help, let's get a page here. We talk about what our relative volume does. I've had many people over the years come and be like, oh, your relative volume is broken. I'm like, okay, well, how is it broken? Well, this platform shows a relative volume of this. So, okay, well, number one, they're not the authority on relative volume. And number two, I can promise you that nobody else does relative volume the way we do it. I can also promise you that we were I can also promise you we were the first retail data provider and to have relative volume. You're not finding, nobody really existed for scanning before we did. Almost everybody that scans, that's a retail scanner, is a mirror copy of what we've done. Oh, right, the AI. I always forget about that thing. So yeah, if you're on our public beta, new AI assistant, and you can type what you want in here. You can use your microphone to dictate into it and then send it over, and it'll return you some answers here. There are all the other quote AIs that exist out there that can be helpful. Just please be careful with them. I can't tell you how many people use these LLMs and then come to me to try to argue, and they're very wrong. So just remember that none of these are AIs. There's no such thing as AI. No such thing. They're all LLMs. They're really, really fancy web searches, essentially. But they do not think for themselves. In fact, they can't even actually do math. So very cool. We are cruising along. And of course, a few minutes before Barry comes back from his break, before he comes back from his very much deserved break. All kidding aside, something I haven't said in a long time. I don't know how the heck Barry does it. He's on the microphone, sharing a screen from whatever time it is. I think he's on the mic around 9 a.m. Eastern, and he's probably sharing a screen before that. And so it's like he gets no real private time trading to do his own thing. I don't know how he does it. I really don't. I would need to shut my mic off and, shut down my screen share a few times a day for some periods of time so I could handle whatever personal stuff I want to be doing without the entire eyes of the world on me. But that's what makes him the best, literally, because I just, the patience to do all that with, people watching, asking questions and all that. So I forgot we had this kind of trade wave out for a minute there. Let's take a look at some of these. PLTR. I haven't heard anybody mention this stock in a while. So let's see. That wouldn't have been a very good alert. But did it come in again later? Let's see, 11:45 time, around there. No, it didn't come back in around that time. I wonder why. Right, yeah. 11:45. Let's see. Let's use the missing symbol check. I think it's a very underutilized tool. Let's start at, let's go with 11:30 and end it at 12. And let's see. Didn't meet the whole lot of it here. Too far above, I guess. Well then, we have our answer why it didn't alert them. Got the 5-minute high. Didn't get the rest. Configure. What did I do in the configure here? So I capped it at 0.2. Point was already above it. Did it alert before that at all again? Did not. So yeah, that's why I call it a kind of a trade wave with a, or TI wave, whatever, with a question mark. For those that aren't familiar, it's a really nice tool, missing symbol check. This will be, what time you started, want to start looking for it. So as early as time XYZ, and then as late as time ABC. Then obviously the symbol goes there. And of course, you can change the date if you're looking at other days. And it's a good way to also, you built a scan and it's working decent, but you're missing some alerts that you really would like to see. It's a good way to really drill down into the scan and say, all right, well, these are the filters and or the filter values that held the stock back from me getting that alert. Alrighty. So any last minute questions, fire those in here. What are the indicators I'm using? I really only use one indicator. It's called a multi-period low. So if, let's come into indicators here. It's multi-period low, and I use a 20 on that period. So on the weekly chart, 20-week low. On daily chart, 20-day low. I really only use it for the daily chart. That's it. I like to just see how far we've traveled from that low. While I have on my 5-minute chart here, I don't even keep a 5-minute chart up anymore. I only have it up here for this session. There's a VWAP and an 8 EMA on it. I do not use them at all anymore. Once upon a time I did. I don't know why this daily chart now has an indicator on there. The EMA decided to jump on that chart for some strange reason that I did not add. There we go. Not an indicator person. Don't really care for them. They have their value. Don't get me wrong. Before anybody gets all mad and yelling at me here.
Yeah. Are you saying that nobody should use indicators? Is that what you're saying?
I think everybody should use whatever works for them. That's what I think everybody should do.
And
I would never, I am not in the business of telling people what or how they should do things, other than make sure you brush your teeth when you wake up in the morning and before you go to bed at night. Outside of that, nothing else.
One other thing, make sure you have a stop.
Yes, have a stop. If you don't
brush your teeth, have a stop.
Yes. Okay. If you don't have a stop, you're gambling.
Yeah, you're just gambling. Simple. Yeah. Okay, Chris. Well, listen, thanks so much for doing the double duty this week.
Absolutely.
I guess we'll see you next week then.
Actually, you won't see me for a few weeks.
What?
Yes. So I'm off the next couple of Mondays, and I have a lot of half days coming up. I have I stopped sharing my screen in case you want to jump back on there.
Oh, okay.
But because I know everybody's dying to know what I have going on in my life.
Yes, yes.
My daughter has a national softball tournament next week, so I'll be a lot of half days during that week, with the exception of Monday I'm off. And the week after that, we do our big, huge family reunion vacation we do every year.
Yes.
At the beach.
Very good. Must be so exciting. I mean, I followed. No, I haven't seen your daughter play, but I've heard you talk about her exploits for years now. So it must be super gratifying to see how she's come up.
Yeah. It's and not just her. A lot of these kids, I've known them for years now, and it's really it's a lot of fun. I've talked about this before. Before I jump out of here, I fell out of love with sports. I didn't care about sports at all anymore. I didn't care at all.
Right.
And her getting into softball brought life back to me enjoying sports, because it's something we can enjoy together. So
Yeah,
You sports
exactly.
for the win.
All right. Well, have a great. Well, I'll miss you, but I guess we'll see you maybe 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So whenever it is, I'll put a
Yeah,
little.
I'll be in Slack. I won't be
Yeah.
far.
Okay. Okay, Chris.
Thanks,
Thanks so
Barry.
much.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you when we see you.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms right now. I think my screen sharing is working in YouTube. A couple things to do. Just let me get my music going. And get the. All right, guys. Well, listen, today was the day, guys. Today was the day that, almost with, close your eyes and just take everything from the trend reversals. Just before I left, I didn't take it. Okay. But remember, I was talking about this IPW and how, well, I don't know, looking left, it looked like there was some blockage perhaps. Look what it did. I mean, look, it's collapsed completely now. But understand, if you're an intraday trader, this is all you live for this 111, and it got up to before it pulled back 146. That is a tremendous run. So, you got to be taking some, the minute that happened, you got to be taking some profit, obviously. But, now the CHR is something that I'm somewhat interested in. The only issue is, again, looking left, we've got a high there. We've got a couple of weekly highs right in that area. So you never know. If it takes out that 217 mark, maybe, just maybe, it could go on a run too. So again, low. I mean, it's a low float. It happens to be China. All the low floaters aren't always China, but I mean, it's a low float China stock. Not a lot of volume though. I mean, there's a huge difference. Huge difference. 199, only 199,000 shares. Are you okay now, Fergent? Are you talking to me or are you talking to Chris? Because I am only a day trader. Chris is gone. Chris is more of a, well, almost I think 100% now a swing trader. I'm talking to Fergent, F Urgent in our YouTube room. Well, Eduardo, I'm assuming. I see the question. I do understand kind of what you're asking for, but it has to be in English. So if you can understand English, I'm sorry. We can't do this in Spanish. I do. Most of you know my wife is from Peru, so I do know some Spanish and all, but I cannot converse in Spanish. Also, William, the problem is, trying to explain what trade ideas is and all that, and I help. I mean, that's really hard, even in text, just text. Okay. Well, okay, this is what I would do. So, Eduardo, if you can understand me, you click on my homepage. Education, more info, and these videos, the getting started with trade ideas. That, you can start off, if you can understand me, start off with that second video and go to the end. That'll give you an idea about what the program is all about. Comprendo? Or I'm sorry, or that's me. Comprendes? Ah, okay. So you do understand a little bit. I tried. The best, this is what I do tell people. If you don't have the program, before you would take out a subscription, take a look at this, start, but it is all in English. That's that is the issue. It's all in English. But you look at these, you'll have 11 short videos to give you an idea about what the program is. Okay. I wish I could converse with you a little bit better, and obviously in Spanish, though it's really, I mean, I can't do that really because this is an English room. So we have a lot of people, different nationalities all the time in here, but I think that'll help you understand whether it's something you might want to try. And after that, you can come back and ask some questions. Well, I think he understood. I think he said, "Okay, Barry, thanks," and I did it all in English. So he must understand English to a certain extent. Okay, guys. Now the other one I'm looking at now is the PLTK. Even the PLTK, though, again, it has that. Yeah, it has that. Yeah, I suppose that could be used, Brandon. Yeah, I guess using Gemini, or well, that's my favorite anyway. You know what else was a sneaky good one that I did not take was the beg. Saw that earlier. I sort of dismissed it. The alert at 10:59, 41.20. I mean, before it pulled back at all, that was a $2 move. $2 move, almost straight up. This has been a good one today, guys, especially when you know why it's been good today is because look what the market's done. So obviously, on a trend reversal day, stocks that were down yesterday and then they were up today, probably going to work pretty well in a market that's doing this rather than chopping up and down. You know? Yes, she told me I couldn't trade it at Interactive Brokers. I guess I said BEG. She must. I think she thought I said BET. Bet. But seriously, this is why a trend reversal play will be pretty awesome today because look what the market's doing. We didn't have that chop in the market up and down, up and down. So something that was reversing, not that these all follow the market. Of course, these little ones don't, but it can't hurt. Okay, it just can't hurt. Oh, I thought you said it was bet. I thought. Oh, beg is no, but BE is. Okay, okay. Now we're getting it. You're saying BE is fine to trade at Interactive Brokers, but they don't let you trade beg. And I'm kind of kidding. Okay, I mean, I not that I would have taken the trade. I didn't really like it because of the spread. Now that wouldn't have mattered. The spread was, a little bit tough at the beginning. I mean, it's not terrible now. It's only a dime or so. Well, a little, but a dime. It's not terrible. But I just didn't think it would have the oomph. How wrong was I? Hablo español solamente un poco. Okay. Let me now go to my homepage again and just cover what's on my homepage. So at the top, again, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And that doesn't matter if you pick our standard plan or our premium service, okay? Doesn't matter which plan you pick. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Using my code helps to keep these 2 rooms that I moderate free. The company tracks the use of these promo codes. And so if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room here. Okay. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering about this room, this room is free also, but it's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does it. Thank you very much, Obi, for doing that. So if you want to interact with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. Now, I don't get on the mic until sometime between 9 and 9:15. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, so it's a little bit early for me. So that's why Obi opens this room up at when he does, and I don't. Okay? And if you keep scrolling down, you can sign up for the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. So a couple of reasons why you should click on the education section. First reason, if you are taking out a subscription, you must do this. This is mandatory. The Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, start off with that second one, go to the end, should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try, okay? You can always try this for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Of course, you pay for the first month. It's not free, but you can always unsubscribe if you just find it's not for you. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos, 15 of them, if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, races, etc., and you've clicked on my homepage link, the middle section right here. So these 2 races, this is the large cap race, and this is the volatile race, where we've got quite a few of our ideas. You know, there's the CPA. Well, I got my ideas initially, you know, from my reversal scan, but a lot of them are showing up here also. This is the halt resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and the pre-market act is down. I do have, well, I just flashed it, the daily trend reversals. I do have this open. I actually have the up down 25 cents, but I haven't had a chance to look at it at all. Okay, I do have it open. That's it. I don't have the other ones open, the momentum gap and the abnormal option. I don't have them open. Doesn't mean they're bad, just means I don't have them open right now. So you can look at each one of these scans if you want. Please don't make a giant layout with every one of the scans, so you'll never get anything done, okay? You'll have too much information coming at you, which is why I don't have them all open myself. So let me ask you this, Eduardo. Are you new to trading also? If you hopefully you understood that. Are you new to trading also, or just new to Trade Ideas, wondering about Trade Ideas? Okay, so you have some trading experience. Okay, good. The reason I say that, and this is for anybody listening, Trade Ideas is called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas to trade. It doesn't mean that every single stock, even if you create your own scan and you like it, that every stock that you see is going to be something you want to trade. That's why you have to click on the symbol, check out, what are you seeing on the in the charts, and does it make sense for you then to take the trade after you've seen, whatever's on the charts. Look at the CPHI, guys. This one is for me, it's a bit of a stunner. Bit of a stunner. I mentioned this earlier because I traded it. I traded it way back here in this level, okay, and thought, okay, that'll be it. Had the big giant pullback. Got to 227, got all the way back down to $1. Big run. Even here, though, you thought, okay, it's got to be over now. Still not over. Where's it going? I don't know. And it's not a crazy low float. 27 million is very low, but it's not crazy low. Oh, wow. Now, when you say you need to program the filters you helped me with in the past, depends what you mean, but you mean just creating a scan? 161? Is that what you mean? Like creating a scan with filters that you want? Is that what you mean? Here's an example of a momentum scan as an example. No, 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 no. You're not. No, listen. You're not wasting the. That's why I'm here. Okay, and it's a lot easier. Believe me, it's a lot easier for me to try to answer you live like this rather than emailing me something. Then I email you back, and you email me back. Okay, believe me, you're not. Don't worry about it. Okay, you're gonna ask the questions, but like here's a scan. Okay. It depends what you mean by program a scan. If you're talking about, well, I've got these filters that I'd like and like to use. No. So here's a very simple scan, stocks between 1 and 40. Current volume is at least 30 times normal, 100,000 shares, and the float is no more than 75 million. If the filter values are all met and the stock makes a new high, I'll get a real-time alert. It'll also work in the pre-market, making new pre-market highs, and it'll also work in the post-market, making new post-market highs. That's why I've got the 3 here. But if that's what you mean by programming the filters that I helped with, if you just tell me what they are, I can probably help. So when you say a high beta stock, okay, okay, NBIS, okay. Well, understand that. This is not really. The relative volume isn't great. It's 1.47. It's okay, but it's not like to predict it was going to do this all day long. But this is a momentum. This is an example of a momentum scan. Okay. The reason why these stocks are doing this today, though, this is not quite as nice as NBIS, is because the semis are alive today, right? If you take a look at look at SMH. This is typically why these stocks are doing well today. They're not kind of, unless they have unless they have news on their own. They're just the semis have been strong all day long. Okay, so that's one thing you might want to, what I do in the pre-market. Let me just see something here. So this is a truncated version, okay, of this is a truncated version of the sector status channel. But we look at this in the pre-market and we check out to see, well, what is the what is the strong sector of the day right now? Okay, now this is in the pre-market. This is before 9:30. So we identified immediately that SMH was the semis. The semi was the strongest sector. It still is. Okay, still is. Silver is the second one. So the fact that NBIS and SM and Marvel, they're all probably going to look a little bit like this because the semis were so strong. So that's something I probably would look at in the pre-market just to check to see what are the strong sectors, what's the weak sector. Nothing is really super weak. The market's up quite a lot today, and understand that a stock like the NBIS and the other one, they're going to profit from the fact that the SPY has not been a super choppy day today. This is a nice day in the SPY. It's been one little downturn, but it's been basically kind of steadily up all day. That's why you're going to get, nice trends like that probably in the large cap stocks. Not every day is going to happen like that though. But if you took this momentum scan, for instance, and you said, okay, what was your first, so when you say 2 million or more, you're talking about traded 2 million shares or more and $50 minimum price. Yeah. So, okay. I could take this, I'll just duplicate it. Let's build it in, oh, whoops, I'll build it in front of you. You can ask me. Now, I'm going to duplicate it because I don't want to overwrite it, okay? I want to keep mine, of course, so I don't want to overwrite it. So we can start to build it together. And then I'll put the link in and you can have it. But if I right-click and configure, so is your trigger, you want to see when, well, first, okay, let's go. The price has to be a minimum of $50, right? $50. Okay, so I just put in the min, I put 50. Is there any max? Any max? Like $1,000, $100, $200, $300. Okay. I'm going to get rid of the float there. I'm going to get rid of, we're going to sort of start fresh. Now, you wanted 2 million shares traded minimum? Yes, okay. So we just type in 2M. There's 2 million. See, we're building it right here. There's a summary. Never mind all this yet, okay? But stock is between $50 and $300, minimum volume of 2 million. Now, looking at the NBIS and even, let me, and well, the NBIS, for instance, if you're going to, are you going to day trade these or you want to intraday trade them? Okay, swing usually. Okay, just give me one. Okay, but you understand that I'm way more of a, well, not way more. I'm only a day trader. Okay, I don't swing at all. So this is not necessarily. You could. What I might use this for, if I were swing trading, is just check to see if the stock closes near the high of the day, perhaps, and then it has room looking left. On a daily. Okay, so here's what we can do then. We can add, especially by the end of the day. I'll add the position in days range. First of all, I'll get rid of these. You probably don't need the pre-market and post-market. Is the trigger of new high of the day good? A real-time alert at the new high of the day, is that okay? Okay, so we'll keep that in there. And then we're going to add the position in the day's range. I'll put 80, okay, right here. If I put 100 right there, that would mean the stock is at the high of the day. In my way of thinking, you would probably want to see a stock. Okay. You would probably want to see a stock that if you're going to swing it, you're not going to swing. I don't think you're going to swing short. So if you want to swing it, you probably want to have it close near like in the upper range of the day's range. So you don't have to battle, today's high tomorrow. Make sense? Okay. So right now, so anything else to add? Then what you do is you just see what sort of alerts you get by the end of the day. And then you can make up your mind whether or not, okay, yeah, that looks like a swing. I could swing that. And for me, swinging, then okay. First of all, let's just see what it looks like. So here's arm. I don't have no idea what we're going to see, but here's arm. Okay. So now you might look at this and go, okay, this closed near the high of the day. Wow, look at missing out on the CPHI. Unbelievable. I'm not really missing out. It's hard for me to know if I really would have taken it again. But here's arm as an example. Okay. It just made another new high. Okay. So there's your next high, 310 on the daily chart. So if this closes well at the end of the day, you might look at that and go, okay, yeah, maybe I'll take this trade. You may, though, instead of having an alert window, you may be better served having a top list window and sorting on the stocks that close near the high of the day instead of an alert window. So for instance, give me a moment. Gotta get. Where to go? Oh, okay. Okay. So okay, just give me. I know it's confusing. Just give me a moment as I get the position in day or the column. Okay. So as an example, right now, okay. Hello, David. Okay. As we speak, AMDL is basically at the high of the day. What I've done is I've sorted on the day's range, and okay, and so I've sorted on it. So I'm going to see the ones that are really near the high of the day, right at the top. And as we move down, as you see a little bit of white there, that means they're not quite at the high of the day, but they'll at least be within 80%. Okay, 80%. So you can start. So you start looking at these ones, and you think, okay, WFC. I cannot now tell you whether or not you want to swing this or not, but I mean, it's you could go through each one of them and just click on them and just say, okay, yes, yes. Now it won't take you long. I mean, you could firm up the filters a little more so you don't see as many. But it's at the end of the day, though, at the end of the day, or maybe 10 minutes before the close, you might want to go through this list of stocks and maybe just check on the ones that are really near the high of the day, and then you make up your mind: do I want to swing them or not? That's what if I were a swing trader, that's what I would do. Now, I can eliminate the ETFs. I don't think you probably don't want the ETFs. I can eliminate most of the ETFs if you want. So they're just stocks. Okay. Let me just do that then. Now, I'm not saying, I mean, this should get rid of 99.9%. I'm not saying maybe the odd one might sneak in, but it shouldn't. But so what I've done is I've added the earnings per share. Okay. I've added the earnings per share because ETFs don't have earnings. Okay. So I've added the earnings per share, either like a little bit positive, well, a little bit positive or a little bit negative. That's going to get rid of all the ETFs. Okay. Notice that the SOX and all that are not there. Now, if you want to do an inverse, if you wanted to do an inverse, yeah, it's a bit of a hack. You know, we'll call it a hack. The only problem is, but I don't think it matters to you, is that sometimes foreign stocks, Israeli stocks, foreign stocks, by using that filter, you don't see them. But now here, you want the inverse? That's okay. Why don't we do this? First of all, I'll give it a name because I'm going to give it to you, right? So we'll call it David's. Call it David's Longs, okay? Just to keep it easy. You can always change the name. Okay, so I'm going to give you this, save or share to cloud, save and share. Okay, so there it is. You know how to, you know what to do with the link. But now look what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this. I'm going to duplicate it. And there's only one thing to flip. I'm going to right click. I'm going to flip it. What can be flipped will be flipped. You cannot flip a price range. You cannot flip a minimum volume, but I can flip this. Instead of being 80% above the low, I'm going to put it 20%. It's going to flip it. So it's going to be near the low of the day. So watch, see, it turns to the low of the day. Well, but I'll sort on this. Okay, I'll sort on this. So now you see FISV is right at the low of the day. I'll just sort on it the other way. See how the red is all the way over. So FISV is right at the low of the day. Again, and then you can make up your mind whether you want to trade it or not. But down to EW, okay, which is not quite at the low of the day, but you know it's. So now I'll just configure it, summary, and now we'll just call it David Shorts. And that's a start. Okay, that's a start. There you go. Oh my goodness. Yeah. See, well, where could it go now? Now you see how it's one trending. Remember how VIVK was the leader in the races for the longest time? CPHI now. Where could it go? The answer is, man, you'd have to look that up. Back this monthly chart out. How far? 1212. 1212 is the next high. Look. Yeah. So 1158 is that monthly high. That was back in November of 2023. That'll be October of 2023. These highs right there, if it takes those out, then you've got 17. Unbelievable. And no volume, no news that we can see, that I could see anyway. Boy, it's hard, not to chase it. I have to take my finger off my mouse right now. Wow. See, chasing it would have been the ideal thing to do. I mean, seriously, if you'd asked me before which one I thought would do this, something like this, it would have been the VIVK. At least they had some news. Yeah. So just go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. Okay, 161. Click on my homepage link, and click on the Get Started Now. You just use this code, okay, Barry15. Okay. That'll get you the 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. I'm assuming you'll only go a month. You can always, you can always get the 15% off later, or even more if you take out an annual. You don't have to. Nobody has to take out an annual subscription. The only reason people take out annuals, if you got the cash hanging around, great, because you'll get a better per month cost, of course. But nobody has to take out an annual subscription. And I would just do the standard. You don't have to go premium. Okay. And Nikki, wow. So Nikki was halted, and what a crazy day we're having, guys. Crazy, crazy day. This was an IPO, I guess, yesterday, or I don't know, started trading as NIKI yesterday. Crazy day. Haven't seen a day like this for a while. Well, Poe, you're in at 2, right? And you kept all your shares, right? Right, Poe? Well, just out of curiosity, where could this open? No big clue yet. Well, how about me? I got out around 2 and thought I was really good at doing that. Here's another crazy little one, is OIO, but the spread is not great. 202, 210. And this is from the trend reversal. No, notice everything's in powder blue, hardly anything in yellow. Why? Well, look at the market. So remember, powder blue is looking for stocks that were down yesterday at least 5%, and then are up today. I mean, here's the configuration of it. Okay, so number one, stock making a new high between 1 and 60, current volumes 3, 150,000 shares have traded. Had to close at least down 5% yesterday. And then when you get the alert, it has to be up at least 1% from yesterday's close today, remember. So the stock had to close down at least 5% yesterday, but it also has to be at the high of yesterday, above it, at least there. So, which is, pretty good reversals. And that's 5 minutes after the open. That's just something I've put in because I don't want to get alerts right at 9:30. You could try it. You'll get a lot of alerts probably. I mean, it's hard to see because it's so exponential, but there's CPHI and it was down. Wow, he's even there's 77 cents is where kind of closed yesterday. It's crazy. It's up 1,300%. Normally, you know what? Normally, when we see that sort of a percentage move, we think, our provider hasn't accounted for a reverse split. But nope, that's our. And I think I did my video on that today. That one today. I know I did. Wow, fast day. Yeah, okay, just open and a little bit of a kersplat, but is it over? I don't know. I mean, if it takes out that high, it could just keep running. There you go. What did I say the next high was on the monthly chart? Was it 17 something? 1766. Why not? Put a price alert there. If it broke that, so you know what's happening, guys. Traders who have missed out on this one are really trying to find the next one. So they're looking at Nikki probably. I don't know what Nikki is doing right now. I just got halted on the way down. Okay, NIKI got halted on the way down. All right. Well, now we've got another new high. Next high after that, $20.58. I resisted chasing it right here at 13. Well, some of you with Centerpoint or Trade Zero or Cobra are probably looking at this and going, at some point, it's going to be an incredible short. But the problem with that was it there, it would have been okay. But is it here? 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 It's there. Look at that now. Look at that drop from 19 down to 1250 in like a second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. See how fast that went down? Now it's going to get halted on the way down. More than likely. Yeah, it's going to get halted right now. Right now, it's going to get halted. You see how fast that was, okay? That's a 5-minute candle, but that drop. Let me see if I can on a 1 minute. Yeah, it's the same. I mean, this was those of you with 10-second charts. that dropped in about 10 seconds. OMH? Where is OMH? Mm-hmm. Now, the issue with this one, well, right now anyway, is that, there are these little areas where it could stall right now. 5 seconds. There you go. 18 to 13, 5 seconds. Sorry, I said 10. I hadn't seen this one all day, and that's because and it's halted, right? Woo, OMH is halted. OMH is halted. And 117 potential open. Yeah, I mean, this is something that, you know what? This would not be trading 101. I have to see how it comes out of the halt. I mean, it's got, for me anyway, it does have some resistance on the monthly chart. There's the 200-day moving average. So at least it's over that right now. 103 is the 200-day moving average. So it's over that. If we were looking left on, say, the weekly or the daily, and the next high was like $3, I would be buying that, closing my eyes, and I'd be buying it. See how it comes out of the halt. 173 million shares have traded, which is only 1,200 times normal up to this time of day. Only. Well, if it's a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 152 plus 17 seconds. And right now we're almost at 150. I wonder, maybe I can't trade it at Interactive Brokers. I wonder. Oh, we'll see. I have another couple of minutes before it's going to open, so we're okay. All right. We're okay for OMH at IB. Okay. You see how it opens. Now, just to let you know, I mean, if this opens at 130, I'm not taking the trade, but if it, comes close to that 109 and then looks like it's going to hold, but of course, I'm going to have to size it up in seconds. But I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. Very risky. All right, guys. Well, we are now, what did I say, 17 seconds. Okay. So we are a little over 17 seconds away, 20 seconds away from this opening. Five seconds. Okay, dropped. It dropped. It dropped. It dropped. Is it gonna pop up? Doesn't look good now, guys. Unless it comes right back to that 117 mark. Okay. Well, see, that's why I waited. Now it's halted and halted on the way down and not looking good. I literally had my finger on the submit button and it was going to be 122 that I was going to take it, and it didn't hit it. Okay, well, no harm in that one. So, all right, guys. So it's getting close to 2 o'clock, and that's typically when I start to think about leaving. I'll always say later if there are questions, but if there are no questions, I'll probably be leaving at around 2 o'clock. I remember RBNE. Well, you find I mean, no volume yet. You're right, no volume at all. So CPHI now is halted for how long now? 15 minutes? Now listen, I'm still going to put a price alert at that 117 mark. You never know, okay? It may come back. That's the OMH. It may come back. But you know what? This OMH probably should be watched tomorrow. I'm going to make sure I thumbnail that chart so it's on my radar for tomorrow just in case. Look at all the volume it had today. DFNS halted on the, you're right, halted on the way up and through the VWAP. Ooh, this could get interesting again. High, I mean, it's only 881. That's the high up here. Or 874. And they got halted on the way up on volume. See the volume? They got halted on the way up on volume and through the VWAP. Now, for those of you still following the VIVK is making a little turn at 5. And the VWAP is way up here. So TPHI just came out of its halt and it's not over. Jeez, not over. 1279 on the way down and it popped and it could get halted again. Yeah, it's going to, whoa, boy, trick me. I thought for sure it was going to get halted when it was trading 1440, 1441 and not moving. Oh my gosh. Yeah, get your popcorn and get your popcorn. Well, OMH just opened and it opened lower. I thought maybe it had a shot at getting over a dollar again, but maybe not. I guess you can only go to the well so many times, okay? Thinking that these things are just going to do what you want them to do. And now got halted again, and now definitely on the way down. You'd have to think this has got to be it, right? Right? Blackstone, BLK, or BlackRock, not Blackstone. Sorry, BlackRock. Well, guys, look, OMH is actually getting back over a dollar. I mean, if it takes out, 117, it could have that run, but it's going to have to get a lot of volume coming in. Okay, I'm getting worn out here. DFNS came out of the halt. So what was the halted at? It was halted at 757, and we're at 8, and there's the high of the day right there, right within range. It's a lot of volume, but not like the other ones. I mean, 15 million shares, that's a lot of volume, but it's not like the other ones. With 180, I guess that's 180 million shares for the CPHI, and it's a bigger float than DFNS. If DFNS had 180 million shares traded, it'd probably be higher. Now this is some kind of what is this? Oh, this is that Hynix. Okay, this is the 2 time for Hynix. Right at that high here, right at that weekly high, right here. So the next high, looking left, obviously a ton of room. This is this Sky SK Hynix, supposedly going to be more valuable, than Nvidia. Who said that? All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too many more new questions. I'll hang around for another minute or so in case there's something coming in, but otherwise, I'm gonna head out. Quit a day. Okay, guys. No, I don't see any questions. So I'm going to shut down YouTube now. So YouTubers, hardly any in there. So I'm going to shut down YouTubers right now. YouTube, I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock, approximately 9 o'clock tomorrow, sometime between 9 and 9:15 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, for YouTubers.